Hello, and welcome to Sobercast. We provide AA speaker meetings and workshops in a podcast format. We are an ad-free podcast, and if you enjoy listening, please help us be self-supporting by visiting Sobercast.com, look for the donate link, and drop $1 or $2 into the virtual basket. Also, if you're a member of NA or have friends that are, please tell them about our other podcast, NAPOD. NAPOD features NA speakers and workshops in the same format as Sobercast. We upload a new speaker every day, and it's easy to subscribe by searching for NAPOD, N-A-P-O-D, all one word, on any podcast player app, or go to napod.xyz if you'd like to listen online. Hope you enjoy the podcast and have a great day.
My name is Norma A., and I'm an alcoholic. We're here today to learn about the 12 traditions, the history behind their evolution, and how to apply them in our daily lives as AA members. What I'm about to share with you is a combination of AA's experience. It's information I gathered by talking to, listening to, reading from various AA members who were or are archivists, delegates, trustees, and others involved in AA's three legacies: recovery, unity, and service. So let's begin. What are the traditions? If you look at the circle and triangle, then the triangle has those three sides. One side, recovery, our steps, first presented in 1939 with the publishing of the book Alcoholics Anonymous. The 12 steps reflect the spiritual principles by which the co-founders and early members recovered from alcoholism. Another side of the triangle is unity. Our 12 traditions present the principles which support the unity of AA fellowship at the group level, and was presented by Bill W. in the late 1940s. The next side of the triangle, service. Our 12 concepts, presented in 1962, and an incorporation of AA's world service structure. These are found in the service manual. So, there's an article written, I think, called The 12 Traditions by Which We Live in 1951 by an AA member. It goes like this. This is the third year we have devoted the November issue of the Grapevine to Traditions Week, wherein each group is asked to schedule, around Thanksgiving time, a special meeting to study and discuss our 12 traditions. From all reports, this idea, while a noble one, has not been an unqualified success in actual practice. Maybe it's because we AAs have been a little self-conscious about having anything as high-sounding as traditions. It's a word usually associated with ivied walls and great antiquity. But here we are, only 16 years old and a bit on the brash side. Or maybe it's because being written down in all the traditions may seem like rules, and we shy away like frightened rabbits from anything that says you gotta. We drunks are life's rebels, nonconformists, who have miraculously found sanctuary outside the conventions of normal society. We cherish our individuality and mean to keep it. Anything written which wasn't in the original version of the Big Book is viewed with suspicion, at least until it proves itself. So it has been with the 12 traditions, even though Bill himself wrote them. Correction, please. Bill said many times that he didn't write the traditions, that he merely held the pen while the group conscience dictated. And that's true, literally true. For on every one of the 12 points, AA as a whole had made up its collective mind long before 1946, when they were put into print. And Bill, who foresaw the need, merely felt the pulse, listened to the heartbeat, and put his findings down concerning those things which might someday affect the entire movement. Meanwhile, we've gradually been getting over our indifference to the idea of having traditions. For one thing, we've looked around and find we've been spawning traditions all over the place. Local traditions, group traditions, individual traditions, and heaven help him who devolves one of them. Some groups pray, some have a moment of silence, some chant, some have a beginner's training meeting or foundation meeting, some have concept meetings, etc. As we read in the September Grapevine, all Chicago meetings open with a moment of silence. It's a tradition. In Cleveland, they say an opening prayer. That's a tradition also. In Little Rock, no one is a full-fledged AA member until he's undergone a grueling 3 months training course. A tradition. In New York, though he may still have the shakes when he says it, a man is a member the instant he says he is. Likewise, a tradition. Not only do we have local traditions, which may seem to contradict each other, but in our 12 traditions we have one which says that any area, any group, any individual can have his or her own special traditions, except only in matters affecting other groups or AA itself. Actually, despite sectional differences in operation, we close ranks pretty fast when anything threatens or seems to threaten AA anywhere. We've been through the ringer on anonymity, clubhouses, poker games, slot machines, hospitals, and a dozen other trials which sooner or later pop up in AA life. The traditions are merely the distillation of this experience set forth for the guidance of all. They're not, never have been, never will be muss. They're being flouted every day. In fact, the traditions are apt to remain in the background, to gain prominence and wholehearted support only after repeating the very mistakes the traditions try to prevent. After all, in our rapid growth, AA is constantly changing body. New people, like those of us who were before, are doubting Thomases. It's the nature of the beast. They have to be shown, and invariably are. So far from being a set of rules, the traditions are gradually coming to be recognized for what they are, a record of experience, a guide waiting patiently for us to realize that we need guidance. If there are laws of nature, and have been enforced since the day Dr. Bob and Bill first met, we can't repeal them any more than we can repeal alcoholism. They're merely cause and effect. It's just like that, like our surrender to alcoholism itself. We still insist on learning the hard way. And that completes that article on the traditions. Bill W. said this: Our AA traditions are, we trust, securely anchored in those wise precepts, charity, gratitude, and humility. Nor have we forgotten prudence. May these virtues ever stand clear before us in our meditations. May Alcoholics Anonymous serve God in happy unison for as long as He may need us. Now let's look at Tradition 1. Our common welfare should come first. Personal recovery depends upon AA unity. No one, including me, speaks for AA as a whole. We share our experience, strength, and hope of what we have experienced as we recover and work the steps and help others. What is important to me today is sharing with you the things that have helped me, not sharing knowledge-wise. It's important also that we're sharing with each other what we experience, not what our opinions are. Opinions can do more harm than good. It's very important we establish this because we're alcoholics, we're recovering, that is what we are. Our preamble clearly defines the parameters of our existence, what we are not. We are not therapists, professionals, doctors, psychiatrists. We can tell our story, share our experience. Beyond that, we can get into dangerous territory. We only want to share our experience and help others. Tradition 1 and 3, there's no requirement for membership other than a desire to stay sober. We're not a treatment center or associated with treatment centers. Tradition 6, we endorse no other causes. Tradition 10, we exist for one reason and one reason only, our primary purpose. I stay sober by helping you. Without you, I couldn't do it. Tradition 5, AA gives every one of us 3 gifts when we get here, our legacies. Recovery, without which I can do nothing else. Unity, without which we could not stay together as a fellowship. And service, worldwide, without which AA would not be here for the next generation, our sons and daughters. It's important to note that the Big Book was written before the traditions. You'll not find the traditions there except in the forewords and in the back of the book. The traditions did not exist in the 1930s. They came about much later as AA began to grow and we began to experience problems. We shared these things within the fellowship and worked on finding ways to solve the problems so we could continue. The traditions came out of our combined experience. Bill wrote them down and in the 1940s presented them as 12 suggested points of principles. As an AA fellowship, we have defects. Drunks are defective both individually and as groups. Our steps help us as individuals and our traditions, both out of bitter experience, and help our groups function in a healthy, happy way. Our traditions did not come from our good behavior, but from our bad behavior. They are our guide to a better way of living in AA groups. Can AA groups be sick? Yes. Whole groups can get drunk and die out. One of our trustees, David A., tells this story. In the early days of AA, there weren't any women that were sober to help other women. AA was all men. But a woman came. She was a drunk. She needed help. So one of the men went to 12-stepper. 2 days later, no one heard from him. They sent another guy out to find out what happened. You know what happened. Both of them are drunk. However, the third guy was sent out. He never came back either. They sent yet another guy to see where they were. He didn't come back. This went on and on. Finally, there's only one guy left in the whole group that was sober. The guy that was left finally got tired of telling himself his own story, goes out to find the rest of them, and he gets drunk, too. However, in the end, they finally all did get sober, including the woman. Our steps and our traditions both ask for personal and group sacrifice. The toughest thing you can ask from a bunch of self-centered sick people, to put our common welfare first. Our traditions request us to do things like not use the AA name for personal power, distinction, prestige, or money. They guarantee the quality of the members and the independence of the groups. Our traditions qualify us as equals. There are no second-rate members in AA. We want to listen to our similarities. We couldn't stay sober, we couldn't stay drunk, we couldn't live, we couldn't die. We came to AA and find we're all the same. We're all alcoholic. We're all spiritually ill. We all have a reprieve that is one day at a time, contingent on our spiritual condition and the maintenance of that. In AA, we have tremendous freedom, both as individuals and as groups. Freedom to be who and what we are. Freedom to make mistakes. How many of us have made mistakes in recovery? Maybe relapsed. Yet AA welcomes us back. Yes, welcomes us. AA makes no demands, merely requests or suggestions. A suggested program of recovery. We have traditions but not rules, leaders but not governors. All this because of our common welfare. Our unity is highly important because this is life or death for us. Alcoholics are looking for reasons not to stay. Let's not give them reasons to leave and then perhaps die. Let us lay aside our personal desires or actions that would bring serious division among us. This is not just for our group health, but for the relationship with the world outside of AA. We must be in good standing. We must conduct ourselves in a way so as not to embarrass our fellowship. Because who is it that sends us new members? Who comes in contact with alcoholics? Professionals who have heard how effective we have been. Doctors, educators, businessmen, clergy, parole officers. They're sending us hundreds and thousands of new members. They have confidence in us and in our principles. They admire us. There's a story I heard about one of our presidents, Herbert Hoover, when speaking at the United Nations on Public Policy, said this: "If the world could live by the most perfect principles," and he was referring to those of AA, "could live by the most perfect principles that has come to my attention in all my long span of years of living, then this would be the finest world that God has ever known." Wow. You know, when the President of the United States commends us as a society to the rest of the nations of the world, that's a good reputation. That's proven leadership. David A., our past trustee, also tells many stories of AA getting started in Russia, in South Africa, and in Mexico. And, you know, it always began with one alcoholic talking to another. Tells of how those who sobered up the sons of the secretaries of states of other countries helped open up AA in other places because of what one drunk helping another had accomplished. Good standing in the rest of the world. Remember our primary purpose. We cannot be all things to all people. We can do one thing well: help alcoholics. The big book doesn't always talk about alcoholism, but about alcohol. It doesn't talk about a disease, but a malady, a spiritual malady. Again, we have only one thing: our experience, our strength, and our hope. Our traditions help us stay in good standing with professionals. But we have a common problem, a common solution, a common recovery. Without unity, our common welfare and the welfare of the individual would suffer. We have no dues, no fees, no requirements. You don't have to believe in God. You don't have to work the steps. You don't even have to be sober. That's unity. What interrupts the unity of the group? Well, taking inventories of other people, dominating a discussion, 13th stepping, distracting someone from their recovery, not participating in group conscience but griping about things, talking about something other than recovery in meetings. You know, divisiveness, lack of unity will result in one thing: a bunch of dead alcoholics, because we stole their right to be in the meeting by our divisive actions. Are there problems? Yeah. People don't always act right. There's always talk about the Red Riding Hoods and the wolves, and they shouldn't be doing this and they shouldn't be doing that. A lot of that kind of happened in the early days too, and people would write letters to Bill about it, what these people should and shouldn't be doing, and Bill would write back, "Dear group, are they staying sober? Love, Bill." You know, many times the situation will take care of itself if we just leave it alone. Worry about your own recovery program and mind your own business instead of getting into other people's business. Live and let live. You see, the forces that threaten us do not come from outside of AA, but from inside of AA. Our pride, our ego, our self-righteous indignation that hurts others in our fellowship. So what are you doing to promote unity? Are you doing something to distract people from their primary purpose? These are questions you might want to ask yourself, and follow the traditions checklist that's on the Grapevine's website, how to practice these principles in all your affairs. I'm going to close with something on the history of the traditions, thanks to Arthur S., one of our archivists, who wrote some things that came from AA Comes of Age and from the 12 Steps and the 12 Traditions. Perhaps the main challenge and barrier in interpreting and applying the traditions in a spiritual manner is a propensity of many members to inform themselves with little more than what is printed on the short-form window shade display of the principles. The spiritual application of the principles is a function of how well members are informed, either by their own initiative or by others. Interpretations can vary widely, depending on whether a member is acting as an AA lawyer or an AA unifier. Perhaps the worst way of using the traditions is in a legalistic manner, especially when someone is accused of violating this or that. The traditions were not designed to produce legalistic conformity. They were designed to produce spiritual unity. And now I suggest that you go to the 12 and 12 and read what Bill wrote about Tradition 1. Okay, my name is Norma and I'm an alcoholic.
Hey, Norma.
And this is the second session of the traditions, and tonight we'll be looking at Tradition 2. Tradition 2 says, in the short form, for our group purpose there is but one ultimate authority, a loving God as he may express himself in our group conscience. Our leaders are but trusted servants, they do not govern. So the two main things in this tradition have to do with leadership and group conscience. And one of our trustees likes to say in AA we have only two authorities, God and alcohol. One heals and one kills. Bill Wilson describes the two classes of people in AA that lead. And there's the bleeding deacon versus the elder statesman. If you've ever heard the definition of the bleeding deacon, it goes like this. A bleeding deacon is a person who believes himself indispensable to a group, especially a person who becomes so over-involved in a group's internal management, policies, or politics as to lose sight of its larger goals. Hence, a person with a negative moralizing character who acts like the sole source of wisdom. Recognize anybody like that in AA? The elder statesman, on the other hand, is an individual possessing wisdom, experience, judgment, someone people look to for help, someone held with respect, someone who is able to bring the gap between experience and vision. I see this in some of our old-timers, our experienced delegates, our trustees. That is what made service on beyond the group level into area, region, etc. attractive to me, was the people there and what they demonstrated. That is why we call them trusted servants. They have earned the fellowship's trust through their commitment to the spiritual society they are proud to be a member of. They are the ones that have, as is described in our literature, those with the quiet opinion, the sure knowledge, and the humble example. And some of this is drawn from Concept 9 in Bill's article on leadership. Some of it comes from the 12 and 12. A leader respects the group conscience, respects that the minority opinion that may reveal to us his will in every matter, large or small. A good leader always supports the group conscience decisions rather than gossiping about it afterwards. After all, God has spoken through the group. Doesn't complain about, compare, or compete with other groups. Understands that our future rests in our group, not individual desires. A leader does not try to sway votes ahead of time, gathering all his sponsees together and telling them how to vote.
A leader might consider the effect of our group actions on those around us. For example, not starting a Friday night meeting when there's already a meeting on the next corner, thus dividing the seventh tradition due to more group expenses now being doubled. Understanding that no two people will do the job the same way, and that rotation of service means no one person has control, and that we share the joy of our service. And George Washington first demonstrated that by not serving the third term in office. True leadership, it says in the 12 and 12, depends on able example, not upon vain displays of power and glory. A leader, when speaking anywhere, does not try to sound like an expert, a lecturer, or a professional. There are many outside agencies that exist to educate the public on alcoholism. That is not our purpose. We only share our experience, strength, and hope. Do leaders have opinions? Certainly. But they also have enthusiasm, diplomacy, and vision. An AA leader is someone who is demonstrating that there are no second-rate members of AA, that we are a fellowship of equals. And the newcomer is not the most important person in the room. We are all equally important, equally needed. A good leader does not abuse the position of authority. That's misuse of willpower. But utilizes leadership skills to effect change. How do leaders lead without bossing? By example. By sharing instead of telling. By asking questions that help people come to their own conclusions. By sharing their own experience and by sharing AA worldwide experience through the literature. A leader doesn't need to play God and direct the show. A leader doesn't pretend to have all the answers. A leader simply guides and becomes an instrument of God, allowing God to work through them. Someone once said, the job of a leader is not to create more followers, but to create more leaders. Now let's talk about the group conscience. The words are simple, concept is often misunderstood. In numerous places in our literature, you'll find group conscience preceded by the word informed, as in informed group conscience. That word wasn't put there to suggest that there are ill-informed or non-informed group consciences. There are no such things. Informed group conscience is synonymous with group conscience. The extra word is a reminder that the process may take some time to complete. How often do we speed up or cut short discussions because participants are used to yes or no votes and want to quickly dispose of the matter before them? How many understand that a group conscience is not simply a yes or no vote? It is a process during which all sides are heard, all available information presented. And during that process, when it's working properly, we are to go to great lengths to listen to those who may be in the minority, or who may be angry or resentful or not getting the point, or whom everyone else in the room may know beyond any doubt to be dead wrong. We still listen, and things might change. For AA as a whole, the terminology changes a bit, but the concept and the general process is the same. For AA as a whole, we don't refer to the group conscience. Instead, it's called our collective conscience. Literature is in our general service information. Groups, committees, AA as a whole all have consciences. All AA entities are spiritual in nature, relying on a loving God to help the alcoholic who still suffers, rather than on powerful, convincing speakers or a strong-willed majority or simple yes or no votes. In addition to those who would hurry things along and get them over with in group business meetings, there are those who flee at the slightest sign of disagreement or passion, or those important folks whose time is too valuable to be bothered. They are the ones you hear in meetings in the next week that say things like, oh, I don't go to those business meetings, that's just politics. Proof that this group conscience thing works and works well can be found in our history. In our groups, we are people who normally would not mix. Consider AA as a whole. Yet rarely do we see an AA-wide controversy. That's because a sufficient number of people who either have or are willing to learn a little patience, stay in the room, stick it out, see the process through, each in turn sharing their opinions, ideas, information, until that informed group conscience is discovered. And I want to show you this pamphlet. It's brown here, but it's green in the newest version, I believe, called the AA Group, where it all begins. It's about how a group functions and how to get started. And our traditions are all the way through this pamphlet, as described. And I am going to go over a little bit about the informed group conscience out of this pamphlet, just so we can review the literature. It also talks about principles before personalities. Our spiritual principles should lead, not our alcoholic personality. It also talks about the principle of rotation, which is pretty important. And there's much that could be benefited from reading this. But here's what it says about the group conscience. It is the collective conscience of the group membership, thus represents substantial unanimity on an issue before definitive action is taken. This is achieved by the group members through the sharing of full information, individual points of view, and practice of AA principles. To be fully informed requires a willingness to listen to minority opinions with an open mind. On sensitive issues, the group works slowly, discouraging formal motions with a clear sense until a clear sense of the collective view emerges. Placing principles before personality, the membership is wary of dominant opinions. Its voice is heard when a well-informed group arrives at a decision. The result rests on more than just the yes or no count, precisely because it is the spiritual expression of the group conscience. The term informed implies the pertinent information has been studied and all views have been heard before the group votes. And so the traditions checklist on tradition 2 says this: do I criticize or do I trust and support my group officers, committees, newcomers, old-timers? Am I absolutely trustworthy even in secret with 12-step jobs or other AA responsibilities? Do I look for credit in AA jobs, praise for my AA ideas? Do I have to save face in group discussion, or can I yield in good spirit to the group conscience and work cheerfully along with it? Although I've been sober for some years, am I still willing to take my turn at AA chores? In group discussion, do I sound out about matters that I have no experience with or little knowledge? And so I would say that the theme of Tradition 2 has to do with humility. Okay, my name is Norma, and I'm an alcoholic. So we're going to look at Tradition 3. Our membership ought to include all who suffer from alcoholism. Hence, we may refuse none who wish to recover. Nor ought AA membership ever depend upon money or conformity. Any 2 or 3 alcoholics gathered together for sobriety may call themselves an AA group, provided that, as a group, they have no other affiliation. And I'm going to read some quotes from the 12 Steps and 12 Traditions book. AA is really saying to every serious drinker, you are an AA member if you say so. You can declare yourself in. Nobody can keep you out. No matter who you are, no matter how low you've gone, no matter how grave your emotional complications, even your crimes, we still can't deny you AA. We don't want to keep you out. We aren't a bit afraid you'll harm us. Never mind how twisted and violent you may be. We just want to be sure that you get the same great chance for sobriety that we've had. So you're an AA member the minute you declare yourself. To establish this principle of membership took years of harrowing experience. In our early time, nothing seemed so fragile, so easily breakable in an AA group. Hardly an alcoholic we approached paid any attention. Most of those who did join us were like flickering candles in a windstorm. Time after time their uncertain flames blew out and couldn't be relighted. Our unspoken constant thought was, which of us may be next? At one time, every AA group had many membership rules. Everybody was scared, witless, that something or someone would capsize the boat and dump us all back into the drink. Our foundation office asked each group to send in its list of protective regulations. The total list was a mile long. If all those rules had been in effect everywhere, nobody could have possibly joined AA at all. So great was the sum of our anxiety and fear. We were resolved to admit nobody to AA but the hypothetical class of people we term pure alcoholics, except for their guzzling and the unfortunate results thereof. They could have no other complication. So beggars, tramps, asylum inmates, prisoners, queers, plain crackpots, and fallen women were definitely out. Yes, sir. We'd cater only to pure and respectable alcoholics. Any others would surely destroy us. Besides, if we took in those odd ones, what would decent people say about us? We'd built a fine mesh fence right around AA. How could we then guess that all those fears were to prove groundless? How could we know that thousands of these sometimes frightening people were to make astonishing recoveries and become our greatest workers and intimate friends? Could we then foresee that troublesome people were to become our principal teachers of patience and tolerance? At last, experience taught us that to take away any alcoholic's full chance was sometimes to pronounce his death sentence, and often to condemn him to endless misery. Who dared to be judge, jury, and executioner of his own sick brother? As group after group saw these possibilities, they finally abandoned all membership regulations. The hand of Providence early gave us a sign that any alcoholic is a member of our society if they say so. So how did this tradition come about? How did Tradition 3 originate? David A., one of our past trustees, tells this story. In 1940 in New York, at the AA club there, 2 policemen brought in a character. Someone who was in a lady's dress, had hat, lipstick, jewelry, hose. Policeman said, "You can do more for this one than we can." AA asked, "Do you want to stop drinking?" He said yes, but he'd also been on the needle, uppers, downers, etc. One AA member, Barry, said, "We're not interested in all that. All we're interested in is, what do you want to do about drinking alcohol? Do you want to quit?" The man said, "More than anything." Some other AA members saw Ed, the new member, and objected. Well, he might ruin our reputation. And these guys, and these were the kind of AA bums just loafing around, the lounge lizards we call them today. Well, they threw him out. But the others called Bill. And they said, "We got a problem down here. Come on down." So Bill takes a cab down, sees Ed, and Bill says, "Did you ask him if he wants to stop drinking?" Barry said, "Yeah, but he's on the needle." And Bill said again, "Did you ask him if he wants to stop drinking?" "Yeah, twice," Barry said. "Do you believe he means business?" Bill said. "Yeah, I have no reason to doubt him." Then that's all we need to hear. That's all we need to know. Bill went and got the guy, brought him in to the AA club, took him to the other AA members and said, "Boys, I want you to meet the newest member of AA. He needs you and you need him." And that tells the whole story of how Tradition 3 came about. And out of that experience came this pamphlet, Problems Other Than Alcohol. And I'm going to read a little bit from it in a minute. In the language of the heart, on page 223, in an article called Problems Other Than Alcohol, it says this: "One of the best AAs I know is a man who had been 7 years on the needle before he joined us." Thank you. "But prior to that, he had been a terrific alcoholic, and his history proved it. Therefore, he could qualify for AA, and certainly did. Since then, he has helped many AAs and some non-AAs with their pill and drug problems. Of course, that is strictly his affair, and is no way in the business of the AA group to which he belongs. In his group, he's a member because, in actual fact, he is an alcoholic." So, there's another bit I want to read from one of the archivists. And this archivist, Arthur S., writes this: "The man we're talking about was reported to have disappeared shortly after. Anecdotal accounts erroneously say this individual went on to become one of the best 12-steppers in New York. This story is intermingled with that of a 1937 incident, year 2 on the AA calendar, involving an Akron member that is discussed in the Tradition 3 essay in the 12 and 12 on page 141 and 142. So let's read about that member. He's a little bit different. And here, in the essay on Tradition 3, it says, "On the AA calendar, it was year 2. In that time, nothing could be seen but 2 struggling, nameless groups of alcoholics trying to hold their faces up to the light. A newcomer appeared at one of these groups, knocked on the door, and asked to be let in. He talked frankly with that group's oldest member. He proved that his was a desperate case and that above all he wanted to get well. But, he asked, will you let me join your group? Since I am the victim of another addiction even worse stigmatized than alcoholism, you may not want me among you. Or will you?" There was the dilemma. What should the group do? The oldest member summoned 2 others, and in confidence laid the explosive facts in their laps. Said he, "Well, what about it? If we turn this man away, he'll soon die. If we allow him in, only God knows what trouble he'll brew. What shall the answer be, yes or no?" At first the elders could look only at the objections. "We deal," they said, "with alcoholics only. Shouldn't we sacrifice this one for the sake of the many?" So went the discussion, while the newcomer's fate hung in the balance. Then one of the 3 spoke in a very different voice. "What we are really afraid of," he says, "is our reputation. We are much more afraid of what people might say than the trouble this strange alcoholic might bring. As we've been talking, 5 short words have been running through my mind. Something keeps repeating to me. What would the master do?" Not another word was said. What indeed could be said? So those 2 stories demonstrate how Tradition 3 began. And now we're going to look at another part in the language of the heart. But the question is, where would all the people who sobered up today, and who some of these other AA members that initially were refused, all the people that they sobered up, where would they be today if AA had shut the door? No matter where these new people come from, if we emphasize with them the question, do you want to get sober? That's what we focus on. In the language of the heart, there's another article, short article on page 39. And this one is called, Who is a Member of AA? Every older AA shudders when he remembers the names of persons he once condemned. People he confidently predicted would never sober up. Persons he was sure ought to be thrown out of AA for the good of the movement. Now, some of these very persons have been sober for years and might be numbered among his best friends. The old-timer thinks to himself, what if everybody had judged these people as I once did? What if AA had slammed its door in their faces? Where would they be now? That is why we all judge the newcomer less and less. If alcohol is an uncontrollable problem to him and he wishes to do something about it, that's enough for us. We care not whether his case is severe or light, whether his morals are good or bad, whether he has other complications or not. Our AA door stands wide open, and if he passes through it and commences to do anything at all about his problem, he is considered a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. He signs nothing, agrees to nothing, promises nothing. We demand nothing. He joins us on his own say-so. Nowadays, in most groups, he doesn't even have to admit he's an alcoholic. He can join AA on the mere suspicion that he may be one, that he may already show the fatal symptoms of our malady. Of course, this is not the universal state of affairs throughout AA. Membership rules still exist. If a member persists in coming to meetings drunk, he may be let outside. We may ask someone to take him away, but in most groups he can come back the next day, if sober. Though he may be thrown out of a club, nobody thinks of throwing him out of AA. He is a member as long as he says he is. While this broad concept of AA membership is not yet unanimous, it does represent the main current of AA thought today. We do not wish to deny anyone the chance to recover from alcoholism. We wish to be just as inclusive as we can, never exclusive. Perhaps this trend signifies something much deeper than a mere change of attitude on the question of membership. Perhaps it means we're all losing our fear of those violent emotional storms which sometimes cross our alcoholic world. Perhaps it bespeaks our confidence that every storm will be followed by a calm which is more understanding, more compassionate, more tolerant than any we ever knew before. And now, on page 79, in Language of the Heart, and this is on Tradition 3. When he asks, are there any conditions? We joyfully reply, no, not a one. When skeptically, he comes back saying, certainly there must be things I have to do and believe. We quickly answer, in Alcoholics Anonymous there are no musts. Cynically, perhaps, then, he inquires, what is this all going to cost me? We're able to laugh and say nothing at all. There are no dues or fees. Thus, in a brief hour, our friend is disarmed of his suspicion and rebellion. His eyes begin to open up on a new world of friendship and understanding. Bankrupt idealist that he has been, his ideal is no longer a dream. After years of lonely search, it now stands revealed. The reality of Alcoholics Anonymous bursts upon him. For Alcoholics Anonymous is saying, we have something priceless to give if only you will receive. That is all. But to our new friend, it is everything. Without more ado, he becomes one of us. Our membership tradition does contain, however, one vitally important qualification. That qualification relates to the use of our name, Alcoholics Anonymous. We believe that any 2 or 3 gathered together for sobriety may all call themselves an AA group, provided that as a group they have no other affiliation. Here our purpose is clear and unequivocal. For obvious reasons, we wish the name of Alcoholics Anonymous to be used only in connection with straight AA activities. One can think of no AA member who would like, for example, to see the formation of dry AA groups, wet AA groups, Republican AA groups, Communist AA groups. Few, if any, would wish our groups to be designated by religious denominations. We cannot lend the AA name, even indirectly, to other activities, however worthy. If we do so, we shall become hopelessly compromised and divided. We think that AA should offer its experience to the whole world for whatever use can be made of it, but not its name. Nothing could be more certain. Let us of AA therefore resolve that we shall always be inclusive and never exclusive, offering all we have to all, save our title. May all barriers be thus leveled, may our unity thus be preserved, and may God grant us a long life and a useful one. And so, the next part is that only one thing messes up AA, and that's the alcoholic ego looking for self-importance. But there are no second-class members in AA. We have equality. We make second-class citizens by judging others and gossiping about it, forgetting that people might die if they don't feel welcome. And so only God can save AA from our inner divisions. AA won't be destroyed from outside, but by our inner arguments and conflicts from each other. We must lay aside desires, ambitions, and actions that would divide us. Even in how it works, it says, rarely have we seen a person fail. No one fails if they have a desire to be sober, and it doesn't even have to be an honest desire, just a desire. The Big Book says, don't brand him as an alcoholic. You might know he's an alcoholic. We know who are the alcoholics and who are not. We need to be ready to help the ones that are. We need to clarify our singleness of purpose and help the ones that are not alcoholics to a place where they can get help. I have a lot of sponsees come to me after spending a little bit of time and talking with them. I find out if they're alcoholic or not. It's amazing how many times, if you ask the question, are you an alcoholic? What answers you might get. One I sent to Al-Anon. Another one I sent to Cocaine Anonymous. I've sent a few to the dual diagnosis places. So sometimes people do have multiple problems. If they're alcoholic, I can help them with that. But I clarify that that's all I can help them with, because we're not professionals either. Love and tolerance is our code. So in conclusion, tradition 3, these are the questions we might ask ourselves. This comes from the Grapevine Inventory. In my mind, do I prejudge some new AA members as losers? Are there some kinds of alcoholics who I privately do not want at my AA group? Do I set myself up as a judge of whether a newcomer is sincere or phony? Do I let language, religion, or lack of it, race, education, age, or other such things interfere with my carrying the message? Am I overimpressed by a celebrity, by a doctor, a clergyman, an ex-convict? Or can I treat a new member simply and naturally like one more sick human, just like the rest of us? When someone turns up at an AA meeting needing information or help, even if he can't ask for it out loud, does it really matter to me what he does for a living, where he lives, what his domestic arrangements are, whether they've been to AA before, or what his other problems are? And finally, out of As Bill Sees It, the AA Way of Life, on page 319 from AA Today, it says this: the AA traditions are neither rules, regulations, or laws. We obey them willingly because we ought to and because we want to. Perhaps the secret of their power lies in the fact that these life-giving communications spring out of living experience and are rooted in love. Hello, my name is Norma, and I'm an alcoholic. This is the second part of Tradition 3. Tradition 3, our first experiences, as we went over last time, was about the, quote, sex deviant, unquote, that came into AA in year 2, and about the heroin addict that came into AA in 1945. Both of these were eventually welcomed by the AA group, and no membership requirement was put on them except when Bill said, "Do they want to stop drinking?" and the answer being yes. That's all I need to know. And Bill grabbed one of the guys and said, "Boys, I want you to meet the newest member of AA. He needs you, and you need him." Which begs the question, where would any of us be if AA had shut the door? We are only as close to God as we are to the person we cannot accept. Just as I was accepted when I first came in, if I look at a newcomer and there's a chip on my shoulder about someone that I have an attitude about, an opinion about, a prejudice over. What if a TV evangelist walked in, a hip-hop rapper, a celebrity, an ex-convict, someone who I think is too rich, or someone who I think is too poor? Do I put some kind of a requirement on membership? If these individuals want to get sober, am I willing to go to any lengths to help them too, as I was helped? 2 pieces of literature came out of our Tradition 3 experience. One is a pamphlet called Problems Other Than Alcohol, about those who have drug problems. And then, Do You Think You're Different? About people who have different lifestyles, different races, different genders, different religions, or different philosophies of life. There's also a historical story about Marty M. She was the woman who started the Grapevine in the early days. She was concerned about the gay people who came into AA but did not stay. And she brought up to Bill and to Barry about the possibility of having special interest groups. Not special purpose groups, because we're all here for the same purpose, but groups where people's anonymity could be preserved and where they could identify in more than one way. This ended up as an item in the World Service Conference in the 1970s, and after much discussion was passed. And then the pamphlet, You Think You're Different, came from that conference as well. So, through Tradition 3, where we in AA have no right to ask a newcomer any other question except this: do you want to stop drinking? Brought about unity and avoided controversy over differences in alcoholics. You see, AA will never be destroyed by outside forces, but by the inner conflicts that divide us. And we have no second-class citizens. In AA, we are a fellowship of equals. Even the newcomer is not more important than anyone else, although the welfare of the newcomer is. That goes back to how does the group interact with new people coming in. Speakers are not more important than other AA members who serve in other capacities, such as opening the meeting or serving the coffee. There might even be a difference in years, but there's no difference in prestige or place in AA. So Tradition 3 helped to unify us by allowing us to have love, tolerance, acceptance of all alcoholics, and the only requirement being the desire to stop drinking. Our traditions were never meant to be legalistic conformity, but to guide us towards spiritual unity. My name is Norma, and I'm an alcoholic.
Hey, Norma.
And we're going to go over Tradition 4 tonight. Tradition 4, the short form, says each group should be autonomous except in matters affecting other groups or AA as a whole. But the long form says a little bit more. It says, with respect to its own affairs, each AA group should be responsible to no other authority than its own conscience. But when its plans concern the welfare of neighboring groups also, those groups ought to be consulted, and no group, regional committee, or individual should ever take any action that might greatly affect AA as a whole without conferring with the trustees of the General Service Board. On such issues, our common welfare is paramount. And so every AA group should be autonomous except in matters affecting other groups or AA as a whole. Each AA group has complete freedom to decide for itself the program, content of its meetings, the topics that will be discussed. The group can decide if the meeting will be open or closed, when and where the meeting will be held. Each group can decide to change its meeting format and has a complete authority to spend its funds as needed. The group can also decide how it wishes to open and close meetings. Some groups close with a prayer, others have a moment of silence. In these matters, each group has total freedom. It is entirely up to the membership of the individual group. But the second part of this tradition reminds each group that it has a responsibility also to the worldwide fellowship. By adhering to the traditions and principles of the program, each group can assure that it will not stray too far away from our program's basic tenets. In the language of the heart, on page 81, Bill writes about this.
Page 181?
On page 81. And it says, Tradition 4 is a specific application of general principles already outlined in Traditions 1 and 2. Tradition 1 states each member of AA is but a small part of a great whole. AA must continue to live, or most of us will surely die. Hence, our common welfare comes first, but individual welfare follows close afterward. Tradition 2 states, for our group purpose, there is but one ultimate authority, a loving God, as he may express himself in our group conscience. With these concepts in mind, let us look more closely at Tradition 4. The first sentence guarantees each AA group total autonomy. With respect to its own affairs, the group may make any decisions, adopt any attitudes that it likes. No overall or intergroup authority should challenge this primary privilege. We feel this ought to be so, even though the group might sometimes act with complete indifference to our traditions. For example, an AA group could, if it wished, hire a paid preacher and support him out of the proceeds of a group nightclub. Though such an absurd procedure would be miles outside our tradition. The group's right to be wrong would be held inviolate. We are sure that each group can be granted and safely granted these most extreme privileges. We know that our familiar process of trial and error would summarily eliminate both the preacher and the nightclub. Those severe growing pains which invariably follow any radical departure from AA tradition can be absolutely relied upon to bring an erring group back into line. An AA group need not be coerced by any human government over and above its own members. Their own experience, plus AA opinion in surrounding groups, plus God's prompting in their group conscience, would be sufficient. Much travail has already taught us this. Hence, we may confidently say to each group, you should be responsible to no other authority than your own group conscience. And so, the autonomy provided in Tradition 4 does not mean an individual group has the authority to reword the steps or the traditions or to create its own literature. Nor should groups introduce, discuss, or sell outside literature at its meeting place. Many a meeting has gotten away from the look and feel of its primary purpose by using non-conference approved literature, showing videos of popular self-help speakers, or allowing treatment professionals to speak at open meetings on the latest therapy techniques. There's a saying that there's no right or wrong way to hold a meeting, but the group can cease carrying the message if it strays too far from its traditions and concepts. Other than that, groups have complete freedom to design its program to the needs of its members, which can result in a wide variety of formats. But how do we know if it's an AA meeting? Is the content related to recovery? What's discussed at the meeting? The steps, the principles? People can come in and talk about all kinds of things, and people leave. But whose responsibility is it to keep our AA meetings AA? Ours. You know, the AA spirit is the same all over. There might be a lot of differences. Some meetings are in a living room. Some AA meetings are in a great hall. There are some AA meetings under a tree, in a car, on porch steps. There's different customs at meetings. Some will have a respectful silence when a speaker's introduced. Others will clap. We have hour meetings. We have candlelight meetings. We have hour-and-a-half meetings. We have 3-hour meetings. We have meditation meetings. We have women's meetings. And no overall authority can challenge this, even if the group acts with indifference to the traditions. As we have read, the group's right to be wrong is inviolate, and the process of trial and error will eliminate radical departures from AA tradition. No group or AA group of people have to be coerced. Their bad experience, plus AA opinion and surrounding groups as evidenced by their actions and God prompting them, is sufficient. We can say to each group, you should be responsible to no other authority than our own group conscience. We have freedom, but with responsibility to keep anything that would harm us out. One of the things that helps us with this is the AA group inventory, which is found in the AA group, the pamphlet called the AA group where it all begins. And it says on page 27, many groups periodically hold a group inventory meeting to evaluate how well they are fulfilling their primary purpose, to help alcoholics recover through AA's suggested 12 steps of recovery. Some groups take inventory by examining our 12 traditions one at a time to determine how well they are living up to these principles. And then there are some questions along those lines for groups to answer. And they can even add their own questions. So, a wise group sees the traditions as guides, not hindering rules, and we obey them because we want to, because they are unifying strength. It seems like there's anarchy not to have rules in AA, but we know that we need no human authority. There are only two things that rule us: God as we understand Him, alcohol as we understand it. God's will and alcohol that kills. There's a death sentence that hangs over every AA member, group, and AA as a whole. If we do not have the authority enough, the love enough, and punishment enough with any and all conditions not to have any type of human authority, we have what we need. And, humility along this tradition means accepting other AA groups instead of criticizing or comparing them. And you might want to ask yourself, is the AA group you're attending an AA group or a BB group? And a BB group would be not an AA group. One of our delegates came to town. He was new, and he went to a group, tried it, and left because not one person there welcomed the newcomer. And they lost sight of their primary purpose. And Bill wrote about this too on page 44 of The Language of the Heart. Bill wrote, "We can quite emphatically say that neither AA as a whole nor any AA group ought to enter any other activity than straight AA. As groups, we cannot endorse, finance, or form an alliance with any other cause, however good. We cannot link the AA name to other enterprises in the alcohol field to the extent that the public gets the impression we have abandoned our sole aim. We must discourage our members and our friends in these fields from stressing the AA name in their publicity or appeals for funds. To act otherwise would certainly imperil our unity, and to maintain our unity is surely our greatest obligation to our brother alcoholics and the public at large. Experience, we think, has already made these principles self-evident." And Bill's experience came in this area, I think, from studying what divided and destroyed the Washingtonian group, who let other issues come in besides their dedication to being sober, things like abolition and prohibition and various things that were political and religious. And it interfered with the primary purpose, carrying the message. So there's some questions on the Grapevine inventory about Tradition 4 that we can look at. But for now, this concludes the material for Tradition 4. Hello, my name's Norma, and I'm an alcoholic.
Hey, Norma.
And this is our 5th session on the traditions. So we are on Tradition 5, which in the long form says, each Alcoholics Anonymous group ought to be a spiritual entity having but one primary purpose, that of carrying its message to the alcoholic who still suffers. And at the International Convention, Gary Kay, one of our trustees, this was the San Antonio International Convention, he talked about this on singleness of purpose. It says, we have a stated policy through our traditions that we can do one thing well and one thing only, and this is one of our greatest strengths. By limiting our primary purpose to carrying the message to alcoholics and avoiding all other activities, allowing identification and allowing alcoholics to get help. What can we do with the people that are not alcoholic, people that are addict only and have no alcohol problem? We share our steps and our solutions with 12-step programs such as NA or CA, who also respect the wisdom of cooperating without affiliating, both inside AA and outside AA. Let's address identification. If you come in to AA and identify yourself as an alcoholic and a drug addict, or an alcoholic and a gambler, or an alcoholic and anything else, then you drive a wedge or divide yourself from anyone else from anyone who has no experience with the other particular phenomena. And if we continue to affiliate with other things besides alcoholics, we lose our true focus, and the newcomer will lose the ability to relate or find identification with the solution. Say that someone comes in and you have an AA member named Tom who's an alcoholic, but he's also a cocaine addict. And someone comes in the door who is also a cocaine addict. Tom might be there on Monday to help him with both problems, but who's going to be there on Tuesday? You see, we're there only to help with one problem because that's what we have experience with. What we do as individuals when we leave AA and maybe go and help other individuals with other problems is different. But while we're in the rooms and in the meetings, identification is the door that leads to the steps, and the newcomer needs to hear that. Drug users that come into AA and do not relate because of their differences and are unable to identify to the extreme that they leave, our departure from principles also can kill other people, possibly. That's a little strong, but, A lot of people are sent to AA by judges or treatment centers, and wrongly so. And that's why we have a lot of ANDAs. At some point, we'll talk about the blue card, which came out of a membership survey that shows that there are addicts that come into AA, and what the conference decided to do about the presence of both alcoholics and addicts in AA. It was a very controversial issue, even among the delegates at the World Conference. But anything that we say that identifies ourselves as something other than alcoholics can disrupt the unity of the group. We may be unique in some ways, but we have one big book and one solution. And one of the things that's big on the list of the problems of lack of identification is that so many of us will use any excuse to leave. It's hard enough to walk in the doors. Denial is high on the list. I'm not one of you. I don't need to be here. People who are sent in various other places. And it's to focus on what's different, drugs versus alcohol, creates a lack of ability to identify. And also, when we tell our stories, it could be that some of us have had a drug history. That can be mentioned, but if it becomes a drug story, then you're doing a disservice to the alcoholics, again, who are trying to identify. So, the next thing I want to read is from Jimmy, who was a delegate out of Dallas. And he says that our first tradition says our common welfare comes first, and that speaks to the welfare of all of AA. Bill W. said sobriety, freedom from alcohol, is the sole purpose of an AA groups. Groups have repeatedly tried other methods and have always failed. This does not necessarily mean that the group itself dissolved. It's my impression Bill wanted to share with us that the group failed in its only mission, which is to carry the message of sobriety, freedom from alcohol, to the alcoholic who still suffers. If an AA group helps 100 non-alcoholic addicts feel better about themselves, and because of the clouding of our message with outside issues fails to carry a clear message of recovery from alcohol to the alcoholic, who is perhaps also a drug addict, then the group has failed 100%. Dual addiction and problems other than alcohol have been around since the beginning of AA. In fact, it is said that Narcotics Anonymous would never have formed without the assistance of Bill and other members who shared everything we knew with them and helped them get started and begin to unify. The essay Bill wrote on the third tradition in the 12 and 12 talks about the queer-looking fellow who arrived on the doorstep of the New York clubhouse. They didn't know what to do with him. He was dressed like a woman. He was a heroin addict. But they asked the question we should be asking today: do you have a problem with drinking? He said yes and was welcome to the group. And never once did he address his drug problem or his sexual issues inside of AA. And there's this pamphlet we've talked about before, Problems About Alcohol, that Bill talks in a very compassionate way about people who have addictions. He says, perhaps there's no suffering more horrible than drug addiction, especially the kind produced by morphine, heroin, and other narcotics. Such drugs twist the mind, and the awful process of withdrawal racks the sufferer's body. Compared with the addict and his woes, we alcoholics are pikers. Barbiturates carried to extremes can be almost as bad. And he wrote an article in the language of the heart called Goofballs, what to do about them. And in AA, we have members who have made great recoveries from both the bottle and the needle. We also have a great many others who were or still are victimized by goofballs and even new tranquilizers. And he talks about, that what do we do about drugs within our fellowship and without. And he has a list of questions here to ask about these issues. And, he says some of these questions answer themselves, others do not. But we can be resolved if we use our traditions against it. And, this is an article. I think there's another one, too. This one has excerpts from that same thing and a declaration of the unity on the back. What we have to be careful about is if someone has an alcohol problem and a drug problem, we're not turning away people who have alcohol problems. We're just being clear about what we can address. And then with the other problems, help them find another place to deal with those problems if we can. And Jimmy also talks about what Narcotics Anonymous did to solve some of their issues. He says that they released a piece about 15 years ago, and he found it to be profound in that it speaks to NA members and asks if they cannot respect the primary purpose of AA through the words that they use in AA meetings and through identification, then they ought not to attend AA meetings. And so this is from NA, and it's something they released from their service board and trustees bulletin. And what it says in here is that in AA history, Bill frequently wrote about what he called the 10 strike of AA, the wording of the 3rd and 11th step. The area of spirituality versus religion was perplexing for them as unity was for us. Bill liked to recount the simple addition of the words as we understand him after the word God killed all the controversy between spirituality and religion. Because you can imagine if a lot of people of a lot of religions or no religions came in and everybody was arguing about that, how awful that would be for AA. But when Bill put in God as you understand him, that didn't make it religious. It made it spiritual. So we avoided any controversy in that area. It was his 10 strike. It could have the potential to divide and destroy AA, but was converted into the cornerstone of the program by that simple turn of the phrase, God as we understand him. Now here's the 10 strike of NA. They had one of equal importance. Rather than converting the first step, we admitted we were powerless over drugs, they made a radical change. They said we admitted we were powerless over addiction. So instead of saying I'm powerless over marijuana, heroin, I'm powerless over this, that had the ability to divide NA because, again, lack of identification. Instead, they said we're powerless over addiction. And the one thing we share is that. And so that was the foundation upon which that fellowship was laid. And so that's why Jimmy mentions this. They say, as you can see, he writes, NA has singleness of purpose as well. When we as AA members encourage the newcomers, just change the words, or it's all the same. We're not only violating AA tradition on all of our history and destroying our unity, we're violating NA tradition. And we're denying that fellowship's right to work with their own newcomers. I wonder what AA members would think if the shoe was on the other foot. And finally, here's my thoughts of all this in a nutshell. If AA really needs to expand its scope to address problems other than alcohol within AA, even though our history and co-founder Bill told us we would never succeed in such a mission, then let's get literature that's approved by AA members. Conference-approved literature that speaks to what and how we're supposed to go about doing that. Because I have no idea how to relate to a meth head, a pill head, or a heroin addict. So when Bob in my group works with the addict on Monday and Tuesday, but doesn't come to a meeting on Wednesday when the new addict is jonesing for a drug, how does Jimmy help the new addict? How can I relate to him? As an alcohol member of Alcoholics Anonymous, I've inherited a mission from one of my fellows that's impossible for me to accomplish. Common welfare, not Bob or Jimmy's welfare. I was told when I was new to carry NA and CA meeting schedules with me wherever I go. I have 2 guys that call me each year on their clean dates in NA because I took them to their NA meetings and introduced them to the chairperson. I didn't stay because I don't qualify for their fellowship, but I helped them find their answer. And so, anyway, that's what Jimmy has to say. This is a piece on the primary purpose blue card. I don't know if any of you have seen the blue card, but it's placed on the chairperson's desk by the group conscience's decision and to be read before every AA meeting. And here's what the blue card says. This is a closed meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous. In support of AA's singleness of purpose, attendance at closed meetings is limited to persons who have a desire to stop drinking. If you think you have a problem with alcohol, you are welcome to attend this meeting. We ask that when discussing our problems, we confine ourselves to those problems as they relate to alcoholism. And this was created in 1987 by the General Service Conference. as a service piece. And again, it was so controversial that even all of AA couldn't really agree on how to approach this problem in AA. So a service piece is an optional thing that people can use or not use. When they read "this is an open meeting" on the blue card, it says, "This is an open meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous. We are glad you are all here, especially newcomers. In keeping with our singleness of purpose and our third tradition, which states that the only requirement for AA membership is a desire to stop drinking, we ask all who participate confine their discussion to problems with alcohol." And from one of the information bulletins put out by AA, it says, "Many treatment centers today combine alcoholism and drug addiction under substance abuse or chemical dependence. Patients, both alcoholic and non-alcoholic, are introduced to AA and encouraged to attend AA meetings when they leave. As stated earlier, anyone may attend open AA meetings, but only those with a drinking problem may attend closed meetings or become AA members. People with problems other than alcoholism are eligible for AA membership only if they have a drinking problem. Dr. Vincent Dole, a pioneer in methadone treatment for heroin addicts and for several years a trustee on the General Service Board, made the following statement: "The source of strength in AA is its single-mindedness. The mission of AA is to help alcoholics. AA limits what it is demanding of itself and its associates, and its success lies in its limited target. To believe that process that is successful in one line guarantees success for another would be a serious mistake. Consequently, we welcome the opportunity to share AA experience with those who would like to develop 12-step tradition programs for the non-alcoholic addict by using AA methods." And in other places in our literature, it clearly states if you're attending an AA meeting and you're not an alcoholic, you're asked not to share. And that would be addicts. It would also be Al-Anons, family members, visitors like nurses, therapists, counselors, And and again, if you are someone who is an addict, but you also have alcohol problems, then you're welcome to share and recover from alcoholism. Just leave the drug talk and the drug experience for another fellowship. Someone put it like this: if you need a heart transplant, go to a heart doctor. Don't go to a brain surgeon just because they're in the same field. If one of your problems is alcohol, we can help with that. But if one of your problems is drug addiction, please seek help with those who are especially equipped to help there, because they have already traveled that road. We also don't want to deny other fellowships their opportunity to do service work by trying to take over too much. The last thing I'm going to read is a little bit from George Valiant, the Class A non-alcoholic trustee, who wrote something for Box 459 on singleness of purpose. And what he starts out writing about, if I can find my little notes here. And maybe I can find them. Here they are. He starts out writing about how singleness of purpose is essential to the effective treatment of alcoholism. The reason for such exaggerated focus is to overcome denial. The denial associated with alcoholism is cunning, baffling, and powerful, and affects the patient, the helper, and the community. Unless alcoholism is kept relentlessly in the foreground, other issues will usurp everybody's attention. And he says that mental health workers have a lot of difficulty with that fifth tradition because there are so many polydrug users needing help. And, they feel that this tradition is a holdover from the early days of AA, that it's outdated, that those that are young, poor, or minority with a criminal record will be barred, that there's not enough NA meetings available. They have limited resources at a lot of treatment centers. And so they feel like that the third tradition should be non-exclusive, that if you have a desire to stop drinking, that should be enough. Forget about all the rest of that tradition. And so he writes about that. He says, as both a mental health worker and a researcher, it seems to me that there are two arguments that trump these concerns. First, the third tradition of AA. The only requirement for AA membership is a desire to stop drinking, renders AA non-exclusory. Each year, AA welcomes many thousands of minorities, poor, those that have coexistent drug problems, and thousands of convicts into its membership. No one is excluded. The second argument, that singleness of purpose is necessary to overcome denial, is even more compelling. Given a choice, nobody wants to talk about alcoholism. In contrast, drug addiction commands newspaper headlines, research funding, and the attention of clinical audiences. And he talks about how many years he has been in the health field, and everybody wants him to talk about addiction and drugs and recovery from that. No one ever talks about alcohol alone, alcoholism. And, if they do want him to talk about it, it's like why alcohol is good for your health, topics. And so, he goes into all of the things around the denial, not only in individuals who need recovery, but out there in the mental health field, denial of how serious a thing alcoholism alone is. And, to tell you the truth, AA has had incredible success, and that's why they send everybody there, is because of our success rate. So there's a lot in that article to read about, a little bit more detail. The Bill Wilson in that talk in 1957 said, there are certain things that AA cannot do for anybody, regardless of what our several desires or sympathies may be. Our first duty as a society is to ensure our own survival. Therefore, we have to avoid distractions and multipurpose activity. An AA group as such cannot take on all the personal problems of its members, let alone the problems of the world. Sobriety, freedom from alcohol through the teaching and practice of the 12 steps is the sole purpose of an AA group. Groups have recently tried other activities and always failed. It has also been learned there is no possible way to make non-alcoholics into AA members. We have to confine our membership to alcoholics, and we have to confine our AA groups to a single purpose. If we don't stick to these principles, we almost surely will collapse. And if we collapse, we cannot help anyone. A typical experience. Years ago, we hoped to give AA membership to our families and certain non-alcoholic friends who had been greatly helpful. They had problems too. We wanted them in our fold. Regretfully, we found this was impossible. They couldn't make straight AA talks, nor, save few exceptions, could they identify with new AA members. Hence, they couldn't do continuous 12-step work. Close to us as these good folks were, we had to deny them membership. We could only welcome them at AA open meetings. And I know that, we can't have this talk about singleness of purpose without mentioning the Washingtonians. Bill found out how fast they disappeared after how incredibly successful they were. You know, the Washingtonians had 300,000 members. And Bill wrote about the traditions, about them and the traditions. And total abstinence was their goal. And they used the term drunkards. Alcoholism came around in 1849. Alcoholic was in general use after AA was formed. And, you know, they had a message that they would spread through speaker meetings where a member would tell his story. Yeah, sound familiar. But as members spread out to other cities, the organization grew, peaked at 300,000 members, and had even been addressed by a 33-year-old Illinois state legislator named Abraham Lincoln. Less than 2 decades later, they had all but ceased to exist. And whereas we are about to celebrate 78 years or so. Why did they fold? And the reason is they lost their focus. Other agendas came into the Washingtonians, religious conversion, temperance, political goals, was they opened membership to non-alcoholics. And, you know, unless drinking was part of someone's story, those that wanted to stay sober lost interest because it had nothing to do with them. Third, they lost their spiritual foundation. They had no higher power to turn to, and secular resources failed them eventually. And there was little structure like we have. We have the steps, the traditions, our slogans. We have sponsoring and service at all levels. They had no framework, and they were rudderless on a hostile ocean of temptation. So, you know, these are just things, lessons we can learn from the demise of the Washingtonians that we want to avoid outside controversial non-AA issues, and that the singleness of purpose was established by our Tradition 5. And the questions I don't have. There are questions on our little grapevine sheet. Does anybody have it? Yeah. Can I see it? Because they're kind of interesting.
Yeah, they really are.
When you think about our primary purpose, the questions say, do I ever cop out by saying I'm not a group, so this tradition doesn't apply to me? Am I willing to explain firmly to a newcomer the limitations of AA help, even if he gets mad at me for not giving him a loan? See, our purpose is not to give people money, housing, marriage counseling, anything. Our purpose is only to help with alcoholism. Have I today imposed on any AA member for a special favor simply because I'm an alcoholic, a fellow alcoholic? Am I willing to 12th step the next newcomer without regard to who or what is in it for me? Do I help my group in every way I can to fulfill our primary purpose? Do I remember that AA old-timers too can be alcoholics who still suffer? Do I try to both help them and learn from them? And in closing, I want to say that this is one of the most controversial traditions we have. And unity can be dissolved around this tradition. It's not something to be shared, I think, from a podium or from a chairperson's seat. I think it's something that we discuss among ourselves in sponsor-sponsee type settings, or in workshops that share information, or in some way where there is an avenue for discussion and reading of our literature, and something that won't make a newcomer feel unwelcome, because that is not what we want to do. We don't want people to leave AA over controversy. So I think there's ways to address this and learn about it and share about it where it doesn't threaten our fellowship. So that's all we're going to share on this tradition today, although I would encourage you all to look everywhere you can to find information and literature and resources on this tradition to help your understanding of it improve. Hello, my name's Norma, and I'm an alcoholic. So this week we're going to look at Tradition 6, which states, an AA group ought never endorse, finance, or lend the AA name to any related facility or outside enterprise, lest problems of money, property, and prestige divert us from our primary purpose. So, in and outside of AA, we give information about our meetings, our steps, etc., but not particularly on alcoholism in the medical sense. AA doesn't call alcoholism a disease, but an illness or a malady. The disease concept came from outside of AA. The more we bring outside lingo into AA, the more it proliferates. It is our job as AA members to clarify with the sponsees and in AA meetings through our literature to maintain a clear understanding of what AA is, that we are not an agency, we are not an organization, and we are not professional, but we are a spiritual entity with one purpose. And the Big Book says on page 30 that we are men and women who have lost the ability to control our drinking. That is the main description of alcoholism. Also, if and when you honestly want to, you find you cannot quit entirely or have little control over the amount you take, you're probably alcoholic. And that's on page 44. It also says, you may be suffering from an illness that only a spiritual experience will conquer. So alcoholism is not a disease in the same sense as strep throat, TB, or syphilis is a disease. Because a spiritual experience cannot cure strep throat, syphilis, or TB. Only antibiotics will do that. It's like what Dr. Paul says in his story, acceptance is the answer. He had a pill for every ill and he was sick a lot. But the pills that he took ultimately did not solve his problem with alcoholism. And when he stopped living in the problem, he says, and began to live in the solution and accepted help from God in AA, he found the spiritual solution for his spiritual malady. In the early days of AA, because of the ignorance that was widespread about alcoholism, professionals began to set up alcoholism information centers. People began to form educational agencies like councils on alcoholism, MHMR, drug abuse agencies. But these are not AA's purpose and they are not AA's business. We can cooperate with our friends, but we stay out of the professional end of it. We are not into prevention, education, or reform, which is the old-fashioned word for treatment. Outside agencies like to have our participation because we have pretty much the best track record of success. Tradition 6 sets the boundaries of our relationship with outside agencies. There's a story that when one of our pamphlets, medications and other drugs, came along, and we were looking at putting this pamphlet together, and it came to the floor of the convention. About 96 experts appeared, all kinds of psychologists, doctors, professors offering advice about what to put in and what to take out, etc. But we AAs are not professionals. And if we offer our opinions on medications, it can be devastating. One of our trustees tells a story about a young woman who came into AA, newly sober, very excited, looking to the AA members there that were older, more experienced. Some of them found out she was on medication and said, well, if you're taking medications, you're not sober. Well, this girl wanted to do AA right. She went home, poured all her drugs into the sink, but it was medications that she had gotten from having a brain injury. And these medications she was on were antipsychotic drugs to prevent seizures. So when she stopped taking the medication, she went into convulsions and she died. And that's a good example of how opinions can kill us. And so if we are not epileptic ourselves, we have no business giving advice. If we are not diabetic, if we're not afflicted with whatever real condition someone else has prescribed medication for, we have no business telling them anything. We have only one thing to share, our experience, strength, and hope. How we were drinking, how we couldn't stop drinking, how we couldn't live, how we couldn't die, and how AA helped us to get sober and stay sober. David A. says there's 3 kinds of alcoholics: drinking alcoholics, sober alcoholics, and dead alcoholics. And the drinking kind and the dead kind outnumber us. Another thing Tradition 6 describes is that we do not lend the AA name to any facility. Outside groups combat alcoholism, and members of AA sometimes start organizations. There's a lot of tax-free money, government money, grant money available to little groups that go into the drunk business. And then someone decides that they want to be an alcoholism counselor, and they think that because they have sponsored others, it qualifies them to be an alcoholism counselor. But does it? True counselors have to be qualified counselors, not just enthusiastic alcoholics turned doctor. So that means you go to school, you do your studies, you get your degree, and then you're qualified. Super promoters in the early days had ambitions for drying out places, farms, and the same things going on today with its promoters. We have so many sober houses, halfway houses, rest farms, etc., run by and patronized by AA members, and they're practically on every corner, and that's okay. But when money and property is involved, our experience shows that it should be totally separate from any AA group. No AA names or inferred names like 12-step should be used. Again, because of AA's success, they would like to be associated with us by these kinds of things and ride on the coattails of AA's success. So the question is, how do we cooperate without affiliation? We cooperate by welcoming referrals from treatment to AA, bringing people from treatment in. So perhaps potential AA members might identify when they come to meetings. Carrying AA meetings into treatment or correctionals for the same reason. Informing potential AA members there about the home group, the steps, our recovery program, our literature. We bring meeting schedules in and grapevines, and we share about other types of AA resources and intergroups, and whatever we can, make available information about AA. What if an AA member works at an outside agency? Well, our literature says that we wear one hat on the job if we are an alcoholism counselor, but there's no AA counselor, there's only AA members. So if you go to a meeting, you take off your professional hat, and you're a member of AA, not an expert trying to educate the fellowship. There's an unfortunate pattern many of us have observed of the many gainfully employed counselors, health workers, or other professionals We seldom see them in meetings or active in service. They seem to think that their job is their 12-step work. But 12-step work by our traditions is never to be paid for. Later, some of these relapse. Sometimes they make it back, realizing their mistake was using their job as a substitute for AA service work. So why don't we have AA hospitals? Well, because we tried that in the past, and our unity was destroyed because there were too many busybodies. You have 50 members involved, you get 50 dictators, all trying to run the show. And it creates controversy, divides us, disturbs the unity of the fellowship. And there's lots of stories in the 12 and 12 about things like this that has happened when it comes to trying to mix education, religion, medicine, reform with AA, the confusion that it causes when we try to marry ourselves to other enterprises, and what happens when we try to interact with the judicial system who want to put people who may or may not be alcoholics coming to the meetings and want us to take responsibility for sobering them up, and it just gets very confused. On the political end, we can't endorse anything or any enterprise like Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, any kind of fundraising. Individual members can do this, but AA as a whole cannot endorse anything. And one AA was offered a public relations job with a distilling company. The director of publicity was offered to an Alcoholics Anonymous member because he had credibility as a sober person. But it would break his anonymity. It would also link the AA name to some distillery, which, some drunk on TV might watch that and say, oh, AA recommends whiskey. And other problems came of that. This member changed his mind about the job and realized that AA had saved his life, and AA's well-being has to come first. So we don't endorse or lend our AA name to any cause but our own. And the more an AA group minds its own business, the better off we are. We have general influence everywhere, simply by the way we live. We may think we can help the world more, but the more we stick to our primary purpose, the reality is the more we can help everyone else by our changed lives. That is effective enough. In every field, AA has had its influence. In the medical field, psychiatry, religion, business, research, rehab, education, therapeutic groups, you name it. More than 156 self-help groups. I think maybe even up to 300 or more now has adapted our 12 steps with a different singleness of purpose. We wouldn't let NA use our book. They have their own book. They have got their own steps modeled after ours. They realize they need their own recovery group because they're powerless over addictions. And they decided that AA lingo like sober would not serve them, and they used the term addiction instead. And so we do set guidelines for our traditions to be adopted. We don't ask for anybody to change our steps. If they do, they're not AA. So those guidelines are in place. In the early days, we stayed away from helping everyone else, but our attraction and our success rate caused others to be successful. I'm going to read a little bit from the Language of the Heart on Tradition 6, page 83. And this is what Bill writes. It says, Tradition 6, enjoins the group never to go into business or to lend the AA name or money credit to any outside enterprise, no matter how good. Strongly expressed is the opinion that even clubs should not bear the AA name. They ought to be separately incorporated and managed by those individual AAs who need or want clubs enough to financially support them. We would thus divide the spiritual from the material, confine the AA movement to its sole aim, and ensure, however wealthy as individuals we may become, that AA itself shall always remain poor. We dare not risk the distraction of corporate wealth. Years of experience have proven these principles beyond doubt. They have become certainties, absolute verities for us. That experience is universal. Thank God we AAs have never been caught in the kind of religious or political disputes which embroil the world of today, as we ought to face the fact that we have often quarreled violently about money, property, and the administration thereof. Money and quantity has always been a baleful influence in group life. Let a well-meaning donor present an AA group with a sizable sum, and we break loose. Nor does trouble abate until that group, as such, somehow disposes of its bankroll. So, the core of our AA is one alcoholic talking to another, whether that be sitting on a curb, in a home, or at a meeting. It's the message, not the place. It's the talk, not the alms, that does our work. Just places to meet and talk. That's about all AA needs. Beyond these, a few small offices, a few secretaries at their desk, a few dollars apiece a year, easily met by voluntary contributions. Trivial indeed, our expenses. And I was talking just before, on the way here, about how even AA events should be affordable for everyone, so that all can participate. And that there are some controversies around larger conventions all over Texas that have expensive fees, and not everyone gets to participate because of that. Marty Mann was one of the first women alcoholics. She did a lot of public education and got into helping scientific research and get the backing, the money, the effort to change the attitudes of society against alcoholics. And she helped explain who and what AA was all about. And she was an individual who chose to step away from AA and into the professional field, and but kept her anonymity and helped change things. And individuals can do that. Bill was very much in favor of what treatment centers, hospitals, schools, churches, other outside agencies, what they could do to help us alcoholics in areas that perhaps the home group could not help. He was really interested in the treatment centers, doing things like offering a medical detox, taking care of the physical needs for the first 30 days or so, and the medical monitoring that might be necessary for those alcoholics that could go into convulsions from withdrawals and stuff. And also providing education, especially for young people. Bill was really interested in seeing that people could be reached before they hit a really low bottom. And he writes about that in a very interesting article in the Language of the Heart called On the Alcoholism Front on page 184. And he writes this, talking about educating the public. Let's start at the bottom of the heap. Our mental institutions are flooded with the brain damaged and deeply psychopathic. Here and there a few find their way back, but not many. Most are gone beyond recall. The next world is their best hope. But more research upon their condition might add to our knowledge of prevention for the benefit of others who are approaching that jumping off place. Great numbers of alcoholics are found in prisons. Either alcohol directly got them in the jams that landed them there, or they had to drink in order to commit the crime toward which they had compulsive tendency. Here, research, medical, psychiatric, and social, is plainly needed. AA can't do this, but others have. Every large city has its Skid Row. The so-called derelict alcoholics, doubtless numbers several hundreds and thousands. Some are so psycho and so damaged the mental hospital is their destination. The rest of these countless men and women clog police blotters, courts, jails, and hospitals. To them, the cost and suffering is incalculable. The cost to society, even in dollars, is immense. Huge numbers of these, not yet legally insane, are thus condemned to mill hopelessly about. Can anything be done? In all probability, yes. Perhaps these sufferers can be transferred to farms where in some sort of quarantine confinement they can do enough work to support themselves, be in better health, save their respective cities sums and trouble. This and other related experiments are beginning to offer much hope for the Skid Row. Individual AAs are helping, but most of the work and money will have to come from elsewhere. What now of the millions of alcoholics who haven't hit prisons, asylums, Skid Row? These, we told, constitute the vast majority. At the moment, their best hope of recovery seems to be AA. Well, then why haven't these millions come to us? Why haven't they tried to get well by some other method, maybe? Any AA can give you a quick answer. They aren't ready. They don't know how sick they are. If they did, they would flock to treatment, just as though they had diabetes or cancer. The problem, therefore, is how to expose them to the facts that will convince them they are gravely ill. More than anything, the answer seems to be in education. Education in the schoolrooms, medical colleges, among clergy, employers, families, the public at large. From cradle to grave, the drunk and the potential alcoholic will have to be completely surrounded by true and deep understanding and by a continuous barrage of information, the facts about its illness, its symptoms, its grim seriousness. Why should an alcoholic have to wait until he's 55 and horribly mangled to find out that he's a very sick person, when enough education of the right kind might have convinced him at 30 or 35? And so he concludes, let us work alongside these projects of hope and health that have kept them at it. The recovery of those millions who have not yet found their way out. Let us work alongside these projects of promise to hasten the recovery of those millions who have not yet found their way out. These varied labors do not need our special endorsement. They need only a helping hand when we as individuals can give it. And one thing that GSO wrote in a letter a couple of years ago to the treatment facilities committee chairs was how important it was with these outside agencies like treatment centers and jails to be communicative, cooperative, and flexible. The surveys that come out every few years say that 33% of our membership comes from treatment centers. So, That's something important. The pamphlets that I mentioned that kind of go along with this tradition is AA Member, Medications and Other Drugs. A very good experience in that pamphlet. Speaking at non-AA meetings, what you do when you go out somewhere and you're not going to an AA meeting, but you're maybe presenting information about AA. AA and treatment facilities. If you go to treatment centers, this pamphlet has valuable information about how to cooperate, communicate, and stay within our traditions while you're there. AA is a resource for the healthcare professional. If you're a professional, how do you stand by Tradition 6 and still do your work? And this last pamphlet is how AA members cooperate with professionals. Our main one on cooperation but not affiliation. All of these are excellent resources. All of them are AA's experience. And the last thing I want to mention is AA puts out a newsletter for professionals. And it's just this one here, which was from fall of 2012, says the 2011 AA membership survey reveals current trends. Frequently asked questions about anonymity. Pamphlets that have been revised. AA's Big Book, A Cultural Icon. Just various things that could be of interest to the professionals that will interact with potential AA members. So that's what we have on Tradition 6, and I would suggest that you go to the questions that are out of the Grapevine Traditions checklist and see where you stand on this tradition.
Hello, my name's Norma, and I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Norma.
And this is our 7th session with the traditions. So Tradition 7 is the topic for tonight. And let's read it from the 12 Steps and 12 Traditions. The short form says, every AA group ought to be fully self-supporting, declining outside contributions. The long form of Tradition 7 says this, the AA groups themselves ought to be fully supported by the voluntary contributions of their own members. We think that each group should soon achieve this ideal, that any public solicitation of funds using the name of Alcoholics Anonymous is highly dangerous, whether by groups, clubs, hospitals, or outside agencies. That acceptance of large gifts from any source or of contributions carrying any obligation, whatever, is unwise. Then, too, we view with much concern those AA treasuries which continue beyond prudent reserves to accumulate funds for no stated AA purpose. Experience has often warned us that nothing can so surely destroy our spiritual heritage as feudal disputes over property, money, and authority. So let's explore a little bit about Tradition 7. How do we support ourselves in AA? How do we manage to take care of our material needs without fundraising or going outside of AA to churches, industry, or wealthy individuals for money? Today our support comes from 2 places. Contributions from AA members and AA groups. That's the money you put in the basket. And sales from literature, from our big books and pamphlets and other literature written by AA and for AA. It is said that if every AA member contributed a little over $6 a year, our literature would all be free. And the only reason that we have to sell our big books is to have money for AA beyond what is contributed. And the prices on the big books are raised only because there's not enough money coming in from our AA groups.
I think we just raised the price of the books not that long ago, a year or two ago. And so, I want to also share a little bit about so I want to share a little bit about where we currently stand. This comes from a report from the Southwest Regional Delegates Assembly called SWARDA, SWAARDA, that in December, the highest amount ever in contributions was recorded from our groups and members. And it was $850,000. Our projected literature sales currently for 2013 was supposed to be 12,800,000. But we did better. We did $12,837,000. And oh boy, me and figures. Here we go. $12,837,474 sold. Anyway, and also World Services and Grapevine showed a profit. There was other information from this delegates report about the international convention that's coming up, about translations of commemorative big books, and more, but that was the info on some of our financial situation. And if you want to know what does the money go to, what does AA spend their money on? There's a lot of information about that from GSO. But after the group expenses are taken care of, the money out of the basket goes to make sure that phones get answered up at GSO, that prisoners get big books sent to them, professionals get answers when they write in, loaners get letters, and GSO organizes that. Newcomers get literature and meeting books. Patients get meetings. And AA is found all around the globe, and we send people out to other countries to help get AA started at their request. And that's just a minute amount of the services that AA provides on a worldwide basis. Basically, a lot of the money, if you go and buy a big book for a newcomer, then you've helped one person. But when you send money to GSO, you're helping to print and translate big books all over the world. And the archives is another thing that is kept up at GSO. Translations into Braille, into American Sign Language, into at least 76, maybe 78 languages. It seems like every year there's 2 or 3 more translations of the big book requested. And there's many, many, many other services that the General Service Office has. And what happens when the money doesn't come in is we, AA, have to decide what we're not going to do out of the many things we could do. All of them good projects. All of them toward carrying the message. Every bit of it goes toward that. And so, the historical information behind our 7th tradition, I'm going to share a lot of, again, what David A., one of our past trustees, shared. He talked about in the early days of AA how everyone was quite poor, unemployed, all the alcoholics that started AA, and they tried to get the Rockefellers to contribute toward the worthy cause of AA. And that's when they had the big dinner, and all the rich folks were invited, and all of the alcoholics told their stories. And they shared their experience, strength, and hope. The first time that had ever happened, where AA shared about these things. And it was a very moving and wonderful experience, and everyone was quite touched, and everyone was for AA to exist. And a worthy project. They certainly felt that. But John D. Rockefeller told these early AAs that he felt money would spoil this thing. And a few other members of AA felt the same way. And gradually this minority became the majority, and AAs decided that they can all provide for their own expenses as long as they understand what our seventh tradition is about. You know, if an AA group gets a federal grant, everyone understands that's not right. You've got to turn it down. But what about groups that do raffles and invite the general public to participate and buy tickets, or have bingo games and dances and shows? You know, for most other organizations that would be routine, but AA does not put their hand out. We're not like others because of the uniqueness of who we are and what we are and where we came from and what is our primary aim. You know, AA has a lot of money just sitting in the bank, money that has been contributed by people that are not AA members. And we have to find out, you know, where to send it back. And sometimes it came because someone died and left a will, and maybe their husband was in AA or their wife was in AA, and when they died, they had so much gratitude that they willed a lot to our organization, our fellowship. But there it sits, untouched, drawing interest. And because it was donated by non-members, we're in the process of contacting banks, locating owners, possible heirs, and sending it all back. And why not? Why don't we accept outside contributions? Because handsome gifts have strings attached. We even have a limit ourselves as AA members on how much we can contribute annually at one time. It used to be $1,000. I think now it's $3,000. Even if you're deceased and you leave it in your will, it can only be a one-time thing, not an ongoing contribution, perpetuated. And David says jokingly, can you give AA $100? Yeah, go to your bank, get $100, get $1,000, get $100,000, and put it in the basket $1 at a time. And you can contribute as much as you want, $1 at a time. Of course, now I think it's more recommended to put $2 or $3 in the basket. And if group funds grow beyond what is sensible for your prudent reserve, most groups don't have this problem, but if they do, it's a simple solution. Give it to GSO. Give it out to area. Give it out to district. Give it out to other AA activities and services if you have excess money. Don't hoard it. It's interesting that in the early days, when the news media found out that we weren't looking for others to donate to our cause, the reporters all over the world wrote about us. They were impressed at this kind of humility and anonymity that was, you know, the basis of our way of life. And they expressed confidence in AA as a fellowship and commended us on our integrity and pointed out that the irresponsible had become responsible by making financial independence part of their tradition. And that's That's also in AA Comes of Age. And it goes like this on page 114 of Alcoholics Anonymous Comes of Age. When the newspapers got hold of these facts, there was a profound reaction. To people familiar with endless drives for charitable funds, AA presented a strange and refreshing spectacle. Approaching editorials, both here and abroad, generated a great new wave of confidence. That's approving editorials. A new wave of confidence in the integrity of Alcoholics Anonymous. They pointed out that the irresponsible had become responsible, and that by making financial dependence part of its tradition, Alcoholics Anonymous had revived an ideal that this era had almost forgotten. And there's a delegate from Northern Illinois, Rich H., and he wrote an article on self-support and what it means to the fellowship. And some of what he wrote about that goes this way. Self-support is much more than being financially stable. It begins with our selfless desire to get sober and then in turn to help others in the same way. It also means to ensure that today and in the future, those who suffer from this disease have a safe place to go and to receive our consistent message of recovery. Consider the following August 1987 story from the Grapevine Digital Archives called More Than Just Money. Here's what it says in that Grapevine article. I've been wondering whether self-support means more than just money. Does it also mean donation of my time and talent? Does my local intergroup have enough money to carry the message, but not enough manpower to put these funds to use? How about the district and the area? Do I owe AA a debt of gratitude worth much more than the $1 or $2 I put in the basket when it comes around? In the final analysis, while money is essential in carrying the message, it's useless if I'm not willing to give of myself to put that money to effective use. So that's some food for thought. So, if we want to know, what is our money doing? What does the money go to? The best place to look is in the final report that AA puts out annually. The one I'm holding is from the General Service Convention, and it is the 2013 final report of the 63rd annual meeting of the General Service Conference of Alcoholics Anonymous. So if you want to know how we're spending our seventh tradition funds, everything you could possibly want to know is in the final report. It has a report on AA's finances of the year by the chairman of the Trustees, Finance, and Budgeting Committee. That's on page 13. And it was written this year by Terry B. I'm not going to say last names because I don't know which of our trustees need anonymity or not. But this is everything you could possibly want to know about where the money went to. It also shows in this report how many big books were distributed. Now I say distributed, not bought, because AA sent some of them out. We paid for them, but AA sent some of them out. We bought some of them for our personal use, but that's in here too. Then on page 36, there's another report, and it's the trustees' report on finances and budgeting, and it includes the estimates of how many groups and members we have. So here's the page that shows what literature, including big books, but all the literature that was distributed, how much of it. So you know how many big books, how many 12 and 12s, all the different literature, exactly what was sent out. So for 2012, 424,938 Alcoholics Anonymous hardcover books were sent out. Then they have it broken down with other types of big books. Then there's the trustees' report on finances and budgeting on page 36, and it says that there were 59,321 groups and 1,295,656 AA members at the time of this reporting. Now we know that changes as the sun rises and sets, but at the time of this printing, that's what they had. On page 62 is a report of our operating expenses and cash flows. So you can see in detail exactly where every penny went. Right here. Nobody has to be, uncertain about where we're spending our money. And if we have an opinion about it, we can make a proposal to change what's going on. Page 68 shows our operating budget. Page 70, a detailed report of contributions. Southwest Texas area contributed $93,199,000. No, that can't be right. Let me look at it. Anyway, we contributed a lot as an area. Thank you so much. Light helps. Okay, our final figure was 93. That's what it says. That doesn't make sense. 93,199,000. That's what I think it says. We'll double check on that for people who know how to read numbers better than me. But what it did say also is that we have 617 groups in our area, Southwest Texas, but only 267 of them contribute. So, that's where our area delegate and our districts, DCMs, come in, going around and talking to groups about the importance of supporting all of AA, not just the AA members in that particular meeting room. So, what's important to know is that the information that of how much money came in and what it was spent for is all in this book, if anybody wants to know, and it's published every year. And, there's a lot more information here, too, if you want to know who our trustees are, who's working on which committee, who all the delegates are, and where they live, and their contact information. All of that information is right here in this book. So that's what's interesting to know. The pamphlets we have available on 7th Tradition is one called Self-Support, Where Money and Spirituality Meet. And then there's one called the AA Group Treasure. Talks about, how to choose a treasure. Usually you want someone who has been sober a while, more than 30 days, and someone who has a job. And it's uncomfortable asking those questions, but it's necessary. Anyway, there's lots of stuff about that. And then there's other information available in different self-support fact sheets, the AA guidelines on finance, make clear what our money should be spent for. And if you want to spend money on a big barbecue, that's okay if you pass the second basket by group conscience decision. So there's ways to get around, all of the things that we could do if we go by traditions. And there's a little green card that is put out about the 7th traditions, why it exists, all of the things I've already mentioned. And at the very bottom it says, the amount of our contribution is secondary to the spiritual connection that unites groups all around the world. And there's a lot of things that you can do for self-support. Yes, put money in the basket at the meetings, of course. There's a birthday envelope. When you get your birthday, send in as many dollars as you have for as many years of sobriety you have. Just a little suggestion. That's the birthday plan. You can contribute online now. And that makes it easy. $3,000 a year maximum. You can, there's all kinds of different ways to find ways to contribute to AA. But I put money in the basket and I send in a monthly contribution separate from that. The questions for Tradition 7 are these. Do I do all I can to help AA remain self-supporting? Could I put a little more in the basket on behalf of the new guy who can't afford it yet? How generous was I when I was tanked in a bar room? Should Grapevine sell advertising space to book publishers and drug companies so it can make a big profit and become a bigger magazine? Full color, cheaper price per copy. If GSO runs short of funds, wouldn't it be okay to let the government subsidize AA groups in hospitals and prisons? Is it more important to get a big AA collection from a few people or a smaller collection in which more members participate? Is a group treasurer's report unimportant AA business? Well, how does the treasurer feel about it? And how important in my recovery is the feeling of self-respect rather than the feeling of always being under obligation for charity received? And it's pretty important for AA to always be autonomous from everyone else. And that way, we only have ourselves to rule us. And we're not paying anyone else or expecting anything from anybody else, and vice versa. So, no one rules AA. We have no loyalty to anyone but our own, and that way we don't let any of these other issues having to do with property and finances divide us, and we can be ready to carry out our primary purpose. Okay, hello everybody. My name is Norma, and I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Norma.
This is our 8th session, reviewing the traditions of Alcoholics Anonymous. So we are on Tradition 8. Short form is that Alcoholics Anonymous should remain forever non-professional, but our service centers may employ special workers. And Tradition 8, in the long form, says Alcoholics Anonymous should remain forever non-professional. We define professionalism as the occupation of counseling alcoholics for fees or hire. But we may employ alcoholics where they are going to perform those services for which we might otherwise have to engage non-alcoholics. Such special services may be well recompensed, but our usual AA 12 step is never to be paid for. So this tradition focuses on money. We don't get paid for anything. Our 12-step calls are spiritual in nature. We are not social workers. We are not professionals. We are not advocates of anything or anyone. We only share our experience, our strength, and our hope. Our 12-step work is part of our spiritual solution. There's a story of when Bill had his white flash in the hospital. Right before this, Lois had a talk with Dr. Silkworth, and Bill overheard this talk. Bill had been in the treatment center many times, or the hospital. And Dr. Silkworth said, "I don't know if he'll ever leave a well man." It was then that Bill appealed to God, and he had his spiritual experience. So I guess he had his moment of desperation. And what I also know is that Bill was very obsessed at that time about Ebby's sobriety, because Ebby had been just as bad a drunk as Bill, yet Ebby was sober. And while Bill, having had a background of no religion, really did not want anything to do with God, had no relationship there, and no one in his family had really had much of a relationship with God, his obsession was over the fact that Ebby was sober. And if it took God to make that happen at this point, after having heard what Dr. Silkworth said, that he may never be well, and that he may never leave the hospital again, Bill was willing to consider another alternative. And Dr. Silkworth noticed that something was different about Bill after he had had his experience, and Silkworth said, "Whatever you have, hold on to it, because it's better than what you had before." Now, David A., I think, is the one who said Silkworth could have said, "Bill, you're hallucinating. Let's get you some medication." And, he could have told the nurses to attend him and sedate him. But that's not what happened. That's a little interesting twist in the history of AA. And so Bill was laying there right after his spiritual experience thinking, why couldn't this happen to other people? Why can't other alcoholics stay sober? And he thought about Ebby coming to him and sharing his experience. And, before, it was the non-alcoholics who had been helping Bill, Dr. Silkworth and all those different health professionals. But when Ebby came in, it was the first time it was alcoholic sharing with alcoholic. Ebby had drank, and he knew how bad things were. He didn't preach to Bill, he just shared with him. And so, later on, there was a little apprehension when Bill wanted to come to the hospital and find other sick alcoholics to share with. The first one being Bill D. After Dr. Bob, of course. The doctors weren't sure about that, but they let him give it a try, and the results were amazing. There's lots of stories around that, but, we'll save those for another day. When Dr. Bob got sober, he being a medical man, he shared with the professionals who had also tried to diagnose him and help him with his alcoholism, and they asked, "So what did this layman say to you?" And Bob said, "Well, Bill was the first man who shared with me his personal experiences." And that's in Dr. Bob's story too. So, Bill did think about becoming a professional at one time, and he was offered a job at the hospital after some success with sobering other people up, and he was thinking about taking it. And I think this story is in the 12 and 12. And they had a little group conscience about it. And they said, well, Bill, if you're at the hospital, who's going to be at the meetings? And this was back in the days when there were no delegates, there's no general service office, there's no service structure or anything. It's Bill and Bob, and they were kind of the ones that were leaned on for everything. They were leaders. And I said, who's going to help AA if you leave us? And then others follow you. And he would be setting a precedent that kind of says, well, once you sober up, then now you can go and be a professional. Everybody can do this. So they said there would be no group if that happened. And Bill began to understand that famous phrase, the good can be the enemy of the best. What's good for him may not be the best for everything overall. And only God knows what's best. And the group conscience, God had spoken to Bill and to the others. And this is what formulated our 8th tradition. That no AA should charge for service. But what about people that work in treatment centers? Are they doing 12-step work? No. They're not carrying the AA message. They're carrying out the policies and practices of the treatment centers for which they get paid for, and they should have a degree for the work they're doing. Their AA experience should not qualify them for work as a health professional. And that's in some of the pamphlets we've looked at before. The first intergroups were manned by volunteers who gave up their time and love to help others. They weren't serving in a professional capacity. They were AA members answering telephone calls of drunks calling in for help. That's still going on today. The committee system, especially in large cities, started with just Bill and Ruth and a few others taking in correspondence and mail from people writing in wanting to know about AA. Now we have one whole room that is our mailbox, not just a little post office box. It's an entire room where people from all over the world write AA. The conference reports show how many big books are mailed every year out. And the general service office people, they get paid for office work. But when they go to their AA groups, they're not getting paid. I went to GSO in New York and toured the general service offices and met all the people that were working there. But the alcoholics were attending the meetings that were also part of GSO. And just like, we just said, they're not there as GSO representatives when they're in the AA meeting. They're there as alcoholics themselves. So that's a little bit of the history behind Tradition 12. And Bill wrote, Alcoholics Anonymous should remain forever non-professional. We define professionalism as the occupation of counseling alcoholics for fees or higher, but we may employ alcoholics where they're going to perform those services for which we might otherwise have to engage non-alcoholics. And those special services should be well recompensed. But our usual AA 12-step work is never to be paid for. And a good example here in Austin, Texas, of course, is that we pay interpreters for those deaf alcoholics who need American Sign Language interpretation in an AA meeting. This tradition clarifies that we are a fellowship rather than an organization. AA is not a charity service, it's not an academic endeavor, it's not a social service, it's not a professional organization of any kind, bringing about any idea that we might be lecturers, experts, or counselors. The 8th tradition ensures that any time a newcomer reaches out for help, he will receive it free of charge. AA has always been and always will be one alcoholic talking to another, sharing our experience, strength, and hope. This differentiation is especially important when it comes to those employed at treatment centers not identifying themselves as alcoholics or alcoholic experts and using their recovery as a qualifier to do professional alcoholism-related work. In fact, in one of our pamphlets about health professionals cooperating with AA, it says if you're an alcoholic that wants to go into that perhaps you should have a sponsor who is not in the alcoholism field. And that was decided by the General Service Conference one year. But there's certain things we might want to watch out for so that we stay on the beam. To use your recovery as a qualifier would be implying affiliation with an outside agency, and to imply that our recovery qualifies us as professional. And the pamphlet I was speaking of, how AA members cooperate with professionals, it says in this pamphlet, AA members who are professionals need to make it very clear in which capacity they are acting or speaking at all times. Many of these AAs, apart from their personal membership in AA, work in non-AA programs concerned with alcohol problems. Their professional or occupational skills and service are in no way a part of their AA membership, which also means it needs to stay outside the meetings. They are paid for their professional or job performance, not for what they do to stay sober in AA. So AA's experience also suggests that if you're working as a professional, you do not chair an AA meeting at a treatment center. That when speaking as an AA member, you do not mention the treatment center, your position there, or your last name. When lecturing as a professional, you can use your last name, but not mention your membership in AA. All of these things help to describe clearly who we are and who we are not. And there is a fact sheet that AA wrote, and it is for professionals, and it is called Information on Alcoholics Anonymous. And it's what AA does do and what AA does not do. And I'm not going to read it right here and now, but it was a service piece written for the professionals so that they can understand our traditions. What about special workers? Well, the 12 and 12 also defines special workers as professionals or paid employees that make 12-step work possible. Someone has to sweep the floors, answer the phones, edit and produce our literature, man the AA lifelines. None of these paid workers are considered to be professionalizing their 12-step work. Their job is to make 12-step work possible. In our home group, none of our members are paid for the work they do. Someone might set up the chairs, put out the literature, provide the coffee, someone might pay the rent and keep our books. Someone might attend business meetings and provide reports, and all these are volunteers. The rent we pay helps pay for the clean, climate-controlled facility in which we meet. Paid volunteers make 12-step work possible, but in no way professionalizes 12-step work. You know, there have been a lot of changes over the last many years. And, you know, when AA started in the 1930s, you know, we were excited later on in the next few years when professionals wanted to help us alcoholics through providing medical care, treatment facilities, education and research in alcoholism, helping family members get involved in understanding the disease of alcoholism, and different things. And Bill was in favor of treatment centers because they did many things that the AA groups themselves and AA members can't do. I mean, do we want the responsibility of detoxing someone in our living room today? I'm not a doctor or a medical person, and it could be a dangerous situation. Plus, just the sheer numbers of people coming in for help today. It takes the extra outside help these agencies can provide. So, in the early days, and this information comes from Tom I, there were no treatment centers and there was little hospitalization. It was when the American Medical Association began to call alcoholism a disease. And of course some financial support and insurances began to happen. You saw people begin to offer resources and services to us. It even reached and still is at the presidential platform. And this seemed good, but the impact on AA as a whole was that treatment centers began to do our 12-step work. Attitudes toward treatment centers developed, and our newcomer was lost in the process. AA members got to be complacent about 12-step work. 75% or more of us have never done an old-timey 12-step call. And when a drunk shows up at the meeting, they call the police instead of trying to help the guy. AA is missing the connection with the new person coming in some occasions. And loyalty of the newcomer has shifted to the treatment center and their staff instead of AA sometimes. And it has changed the character of what we do. There's a real connection when we do 12-step work, a bond that occurs between that one alcoholic talking to another. Now, I personally have experienced that when I go to treatment centers and share my experience and connect with a person, and then we meet at a meeting later and sponsorship begins to happen, or they might get sponsored by someone else, but we've played a part in getting that connection with the newcomer to AA. But if there's arrogance and ego that comes into the picture, and we try to separate ourselves as AA members from people in the treatment center who could be potential AA members, then it also has an impact. AA has always had the power of one alcoholic talking to another. It's that personal relationships depicted in the picture, The Man on the Bed, where Bob, Bill, and alcoholic number 3, Bob D., have that binding experience that produces a strong commitment. It's a natural response of one kind helping another. And it is that experience of step 12, carrying the message. But our problems in AA with the relationship of the treatment centers, the outside agencies, and with the newcomers that are perhaps coming in from the treatment centers or the jails or somewhere else, any problems are the direct result of our actions and our inactions. We have great freedom that our life in AA affords us, but we also have a great responsibility. And that responsibility has to do with keeping our 3 legacies intact: recovery, unity, and service. Part of this also has to do with what comes into our AA meetings, because jargon from the treatment centers comes in, and from other kinds of therapeutic things, and it is our responsibility to clarify what AA is and what AA is not. We don't tell other people what to do, other outside agencies. We just clearly define what we are in a diplomatic way. And our literature says the purpose of an AA group is the teaching and practice of the 12 steps. we have a responsibility to keep AAAA. We could have lots of conversations about that, but what I just want to make clear is it is our responsibility and no one else's. And there's lots of good ways to do that. So, again, I want to refer you to this fact sheet that clarifies who and what we are, information on Alcoholics Anonymous. And know that there is plenty of information on AA's website for professionals and a newsletter that goes out on a regular basis for professionals. It's our way to cooperate and provide information. And that too is a responsibility through our public information and cooperation with professionals. How are they going to know anything about us if we don't communicate that? So I'm going to close with the questions from the Grapevine checklist on this tradition. Is my behavior accurately described by the traditions? If not, what needs changing? When I chafe about any particular tradition, do I realize how it's affecting others? Do I sometimes try to get some reward for my personal AA effort? Maybe not money, but something. Do I try to sound in AA like an expert on alcoholism, on recovery, on medicine, sociology, on AA, on psychology, on spiritual matters, or heaven help me, even on humility? Do I make an effort to understand what AA employees do, what workers and other alcoholism agencies do? Can I distinguish clearly among them? In my own AA life, have I any experiences which illustrate the wisdom of this tradition? Have I paid enough attention to the book 12 Steps and 12 Traditions, or to the pamphlet, AA Tradition, How It Develops? So that's what we have on Tradition 8, and we'll close with that. Hello, my name is Norma, and I'm an alcoholic. And tonight we're going to look over Tradition 9. Tradition 9 in the short form says, AA as such ought never be organized, but we may create service boards or committees directly responsible to those they serve. The long form of Tradition 9 says, each AA group needs the least possible organization. Rotating leadership is the best. The small group may elect its secretary, the large group its rotating committee, and the groups of a large metropolitan area their central or intergroup committee, which often employs a full-time secretary. The trustees of the General Service Board are, in effect, our AA General Service Committee. They are the custodians of our AA tradition and the receivers of voluntary AA contributions by which we maintain our AA General Service Office at New York. They are authorized by the groups to handle our overall public relations, and they guarantee the integrity of our principal newspaper, the AA Grapevine. All such representatives are to be guided by the spirit of service, for true leaders in AA are but trusted and experienced servants of the whole. They derive no real authority from their titles. They do not govern. Universal respect is the key to their usefulness. And so, this tradition embodies several important principles that has made AA successful over the long term. Balance between simplicity and service and complexity and authority. Attraction rather than promotion. Principles over personalities. Rotation of service. And I want to read a little bit about what Bill Wilson said about this particular tradition. Out of the Language of the Heart on page 88. It says this. Bill wrote, "For one, I'm glad that we have both conservatives and enthusiasts. They teach us much. The conservative will surely see to it that the AA movement never gets overly organized. But the promoter will continue to remind us of our terrific obligation to the newcomer and to those hundreds of thousands of alcoholics still waiting all over the world to hear of AA. We shall naturally take the firm and safe middle course. AA has always violently resisted the idea of any general organization. Yet paradoxically, we have ever stoutly insisted upon organizing certain special services, mostly those absolutely necessary to effective and plentiful 12-step work." And so, we need no government, no boss, no authority. Through Tradition 9, though, we authorize workers to serve us, to help us to carry the message. And as with all traditions, we've learned the hard way what didn't work. One of our past trustees shared some information, David A., and here's what I got from him. He talks about this being one of the most valuable traditions for an AA group. Dr. Bob said, "Let's keep it simple," in 1950. And later, Bill wrote, "We need to sharply distinguish between spiritual simplicity and functional simplicity. We must, to some degree in our groups and areas and districts, organize in order to carry the message, or else face confusion. The whole reason the Big Book was written was in order not to garble our message, so that everywhere in the world drunks would have a concrete, simple message to go by." And what about the practice of sponsorship? We keep it simple here too, because no two people are alike. Different approaches are necessary for different people, and we've learned through our experience we don't want to be a bunch of parrots mimicking each other. AA allows us to be ourselves. Organization for AA groups for the purpose of service is pretty simple. Who's going to open the meeting? Who's going to turn on the lights, the heat, the AC? Who's going to make the coffee? Who's going to select the Saturday night speaker? Who's going to order the newcomer packets, the big books, and other literature? To avoid confusion, just because we might decide to assume, well, somebody else will do that, we get together and decide who might be available to volunteer for service, to make sure we have what we need for our AA meeting. And whether you're bringing the coffee or whether you're the trustee, we're all doing the same thing. We're fulfilling our service responsibility. We are not taking any authority. We are authorized, Bill writes, to serve, not govern. And it is rotation of leadership that makes us democratic and breathes life into our service efforts. We remain a fellowship of equals, self-governing. And David writes, this is where Tradition 2 and Tradition 9 interlock. Tradition 2 saying, for our group purpose, there's but one ultimate authority, a loving God, as he may express himself in our group conscience. Our leaders are but trusted servants. So, the group officers are responsible to their group only. Intergroups, districts, areas are responsible to the groups in their locality. Service areas, committees like treatment and correctional are responsible to their AA area. The area to the districts to the group. The General Service Office, board committees, trustees, and delegates, they are responsible to groups all over the world. And this is what is represented in the upside down triangle. All responsibility is delegated. Small groups might have to double up on their responsibility, but that's okay if it has to be done. It's important to consider in making decisions made through the group conscience to minimize rules and regulation. That becomes too much like commands to group members, instead of doing what we should be doing, serving what the group wishes. We are called to lead by example. And there's something some of you may be familiar with that Bill wrote. This also is in the language of the heart on page 287, and it's on leadership. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but there's a few paragraphs that are worth including here. And it goes like this. Leadership in AA, ever a vital need. No society can function well without able leadership in all its levels, and AA can be no exception. It must be said, though, that we AA sometimes cherish the thought that we can do without any leadership at all. We are apt to warp the traditional idea of principles before personalities around to such a point that there would be no personality in leadership whatever. This would imply rather faceless automatons, trying to please everyone, regardless. At other times, we are quite apt to demand that AA's leaders must necessarily be people of the most sterling judgment, morals, and inspiration. Big doers, prime examples to all, practically infallible. Real leadership, of course, has to function in between these entirely imaginary poles of hope for excellence. In AA, certainly, no leader is faceless, and neither is any leader perfect. Fortunately, our society is blessed with any amount of real leadership. The active people of today, the potential leaders for tomorrow, as each new generation of able members swarms in. We have an abundance of men and women whose dedication, stability, vision, and special skills make them capable of dealing with every possible service assignment. We have only to seek these folks out and trust them to service. Somewhere in our literature there's a statement to this effect. Our leaders do not drive by mandate, they lead by example. In effect, we're saying, act for us, don't boss us. A leader in AA service is therefore a man or woman who can personally put principles, plans, and policies into such dedicated and effective action that the rest of us want to back him up and help him with his job. When a leader power drives us badly, we rebel. But when he too meekly becomes an order taker and he exercises no judgment of his own, well, he isn't really a good leader at all. And the rest of this is really worth reading frequently. So, whatever your idea of service is, find your place. Find your spot to serve. And, it is vital to your sobriety and to our continuance as a fellowship. I know that when serving AA in any capacity, I've heard from many past AA trusted servants that it is really important to keep all three legacies in mind. If you're serving as a GSR, a DCM, delegate, a committee chair, never forget your personal recovery through the 12 steps, your maintenance steps of 10, 11, and 12. It will make you more effective in your role and help maintain your serenity as you work with other alcoholics in a different capacity than perhaps you have before, or before when you sponsored or was a member of your AA group. These same activities can continue, sponsorship and continuing to serve your AA group as you do these other leadership roles. And you'll be able to help more as you increase in effectiveness and understanding through learning the traditions and the concepts. Our unity side. And get a feel for AA as a whole, the concepts or service side of the triangle. AA on a worldwide level. When I forget what the big book says, that the spiritual life is not a theory, we have to live it, and I let pride and ego lead, what can happen for me personally is I will get a sense of self-importance, false pride. I start to want to compete and compare, and I become, intolerant of others. I lack the humility necessary to bring about unity that can save lives. What I'm doing cannot be more important than the people I'm doing it for. Bill W. wrote, "Great suffering and great love are AA's disciplinarians. We have and we need no other." So that brings us to the checklist from the grapevine on Tradition 9. And it says this: do I still try to boss things in AA? Do I resist formal aspects of AA because I fear them as authoritative? Am I mature enough to understand and use all elements of the AA program, even if no one makes me do it, with a sense of personal responsibility? Do I exercise patience and humility in any AA job I take? Am I aware of all those to whom I am responsible in any AA job? Why doesn't every AA group need a constitution and bylaws? Have I learned to step out of an AA job gracefully and profit thereby when the time comes? What has rotation to do with anonymity, with humility? And so, truly, Concept 9 is really important because it does help us to maintain unity, humility, anonymity, and to carry the message more effectively. Hello, my name's Norma, and I'm an alcoholic. And this is our 10th session with the traditions. So we are on Tradition 10, which reads like this: no AA group or member should ever, in such a way as to implicate AA, express any opinion on outside controversial issues, particularly those of politics, alcohol reform, or sectarian religion. The Alcoholics Anonymous groups oppose no one. Concerning such matters, they can express no views whatsoever. And so again, much of the material that I've derived the information from today comes from trustees such as David A., from experiences at the area, regional level, talking to different servants, trusted servants there, and from archives, AA archives. So in the big book it says that we have ceased fighting anything and anyone. On a personal level, that would have to do with when we do our inventory, finding that, fear or pride or something is behind those resentments that we want to get into it with someone else over. On the group level, we're not in competition with other groups. We want to preserve unity in AA. And on the worldwide level, Tradition 10 is what formed our public policy with the rest of the world. And so from David A., he talks about Tradition 10 in this manner, that the future safety of Alcoholics Anonymous greatly depends upon Tradition 10, AA's principle of no controversy at the public level. Since AA began in the 1930s, we as a fellowship have never been divided by a controversial issue, because we know the penalty if we do. We have known from the beginning that no matter how great the provocation, we must never publicly take sides using AA name as a whole in any fight, even one that seems worthy to us on a personal level. We must remember that this reluctance to fight, where we have as a fellowship embraced our big book's advice to cease fighting anything or anyone, It's not a special virtue, nor does it mean we as individuals of AA who have been restored as citizens should back away from acting responsibly and to do as we see fit, to vote on the issues of our present day. But as far as AA as a whole, that's another matter. We do not get involved in public controversy because we know we will perish if we do. And so, recovery from alcoholism is life itself to us, and we wish to preserve our full strength. It is our only means of survival. All of that from David A. So, much of our understanding of the importance of Tradition 10 came later on as we looked at the Washingtonians. And the Washingtonians at first was made entirely of alcoholics, and in just a few years had passed the 500,000 mark of membership. And they could have succeeded, but they didn't stick to their primary goal. They permitted politicians and reformers to use their society for personal gains and purposes, then took violent sides over the slavery issue, over temperance. In a few years, they lost their effectiveness and their society collapsed. And from some of the archivists have written about the Washingtonians and some of the reasons that they failed. One is that they lost their focus. They began with the clear purpose to enable the drunk to gain and maintain sobriety. By the time of its demise, it had divided into so many factions, each had its own agenda. Temperance, religious conversion, political goals. Rather than gathering for the single purpose, meetings became battlegrounds of conflicting opinions about everything but alcoholism. The second error occurred when the group opened its membership to non-alcoholics. Its success had depended on its meetings being closed to all but ex-drunks who shared their personal experiences. Once non-alcoholics were added, the boredom they had of listening to man after man tell his story moved them to speak and to hold forth about every topic except drinking. Third, over a period of time, the Washingtonian lost its spiritual foundation. The introduction of any religion was strictly prohibited. Thus, the men were denied the benefit of being able to turn to a higher power when all secular resources had been exhausted. And finally, number 4, there existed little of the structure that we take for granted, the steps, the traditions, the slogans, mentoring new members, engaging in service. Without this framework, the Washingtonians were rudderless in a hostile ocean of temptation. And when Dr. Bob and Bill formed AA in 1935, they had never heard of the Washingtonians, even though the goals and processes were similar between the organizations. And it was the formation and establishment of the 12 traditions between 1940 and 1950 that ensured its longevity, AA's. And if you want to read more about the Washingtonians, there's several archivists that have written about them. There's this article, Markings on the Journey, and it's an archivist article that talks about not only the Washingtonians, but a number of other precursors to AA. And what's interesting, too, is that one of the Washingtonians was Abraham Lincoln. He did not drink, but he supported those who did not. And he had a law partner who was very much afflicted with alcoholism. And so there's also about 8 grapevine articles, all on the Washingtonians. So if you want to follow up on more information, of which there is a whole lot, feel free to look at some of that. The other thing we want to point out is that we AAs are not incorporated. We are not an organization. We stand as a fellowship, and we felt that something spiritual should never be incorporated. As long as AA will survive, we remain just a spiritual way to live, open to all who suffer from alcoholism. Now, we do have legal instruments to defend ourselves through AA World Services, who own our copyrights, reprint rights, products, registered trademarks, and logos like Unity Service and Recovery. All of that is incorporated. But AA seldom ever goes to litigation in open court because we stand on such solid ground through our traditions. And out of Language of the Heart, on page 318, Bill writes this about Tradition 10. He says, Tradition 10 is an emphatic warning against public controversy. This was perhaps the first AA tradition ever to take shape. Of course, we did not reserve that sometimes enjoyable right of quarreling among ourselves about lesser matters, but when it came to the awful issues that rock society about us, such as politics, religion, reform, which is treatment, and the like, well, early AAs knew these terrible conflicts surely were not for them. And that, by the way, is another reason you never see anybody selling anything inside an AA room. You know, we don't want someone selling Bibles over here and God knows what over there, and, you know, no need to have people represent businesses within the club and distract us from why we are there. The 10th step and the 10th tradition clarify each other. I take my inventory, not yours, hopefully. If I do not take my inventory on a regular basis, I will probably end up taking your inventory. Without the nightly written inventory, I get involved with the wrongs of the world that keep me from being happy. And dwelling on the defects of others prevents me from seeing my own and having to change. So Tradition 10 promotes unity, and it also reminds me to mind my own business and my own recovery, which means not gossiping or criticizing about others and not doing any of the things I used to do when I drank in order to make me feel better. They're all outside issues on a personal level. I don't do anything that concerns you or your relationship with God or the lack of it or the improvement of it, because it's not my place to get involved in your recovery. I only get involved in my own recovery, hopefully. So the principle of the 10th tradition is the same for the AA group and the AA member. We turn from a controversial point of view to a peacemaker point of view. That's how those two are related. And the application of this principle is what differentiates me from AA, the application of the principle. AA is not involved in political or social issues or other important issues in the world, but I am. However, not as an AA member. It is because of my recovery, because of my sobriety, because of my spirituality, that I can perhaps allow God to work through my voice, hands, feet, whatever in the world. AA is the nursing station that prepares me to be hurled sober back into the fray, but armed this time with principles, steps, traditions, concepts of service, so that we can now serve as peacemakers in controversial confrontations without losing our serenity or our sobriety, and fully understand that God is in control of all those issues around us. A friend of mine once served on a jury, and during the conversations of the jury as they were trying to sort things out with this trial, they decided they wanted him to be the chairperson because he had the ability to be very diplomatic and very neutral. And he basically just used the traditions in that jury. And, it did happen to be about someone who was both a criminal and an alcoholic. And he had some insight to share in a way that helped people make a good decision about that case. So, it's amazing how much both steps and traditions, as we use them in the world, help us be peacemakers. There's a couple of more things about Tradition 10. When we represent AA to others at treatment centers or at a AA conference, an AA group from the podium, perhaps, what should we not talk about? Drugs, religion, politics. The way we dress should not represent a particular group, like a biker group, a hippie group, a religious group, or a political group. And the other thing that I've noticed in some AA rooms is there's a little sign that says, profanity is not progress. And here's what Bill Wilson wrote about profanity. This came from the first newsletter from the Central Foundation office. It was the 1944 Central Bulletin. It was an article called Group Behavior, and it says, in part, we believe that obscene or off-color stories, as well as foul language, are entirely out of place in our meetings, which are opened and closed with a prayer. It is scarcely believable that such incidents are customary in any group, and we feel sure that abuses will be corrected by the leaders of the offended and offending groups. And also, our co-founder, Bill W., addressed the topic when we were contemplating new stories for the second edition of the Big Book. He said, since the audience of the Big Book is likely to be newcomers, anything from the point of view of content or style that might offend or alienate those who are not familiar with the program should be carefully eliminated. Profanity, even when mild, rarely contributes as much as it detracts. It should be avoided. And, it's impossible to believe that he didn't feel the same thing about what's said in our AA meetings. So, profanity is not progress. And finally, let's read our questions from the Grapevine checklist on traditions. Tradition 10. Alcoholics Anonymous has no opinion on outside issues, hence the AA name ought never be drawn into public controversy. 1. Do I ever give the impression that there really is an AA opinion on antabuse, tranquilizers, doctors, psychiatrists, churches, hospitals, jails, alcohol, the federal government, legalizing marijuana, vitamins, Al-Anon, Alateen? 2. Can I honestly share my own personal experience concerning any of those without giving the impression I'm stating the AA opinion? 3. What in AA history gave rise to our 10th tradition? 4. Have I had a similar experience in my own AA life? 5. What would AA be without this tradition, and where would I be? 6. Do I breach this or any of its supporting traditions, which would be tradition 5 and 6, in subtle, perhaps unconscious ways? And 7, how can I manifest the spirit of this tradition in my own personal life, outside AA and inside AA? And finally, Bill wrote, may God grant us the wisdom and fortitude ever to sustain an unbreakable unity. And our unity statement says, if you remember it, you can join us as we say the unity statement. This we owe to AA's future, to place our common welfare first, to keep our fellowship united. For on AA unity depend our lives and the lives of those to come. And that is the conclusion for Tradition 10. Hello, my name is Norma, and I'm an alcoholic. And this is our 11th session for the tradition, so we are on Tradition 11, which reads, our relations with the general public should be characterized by personal anonymity. We think AA ought to avoid sensational advertising. Our names and pictures as AA members ought not be broadcast, filmed, or publicly printed. Our public relations should be guided by the principle of attraction rather than promotion. There is never need to praise ourselves. We feel it better to let our friends recommend us. And so Bill writes about this a little bit in the language of the heart on page 210. And very briefly, what he says is this. He writes, our new book, The 12 Steps and 12 Traditions, states that anonymity is the greatest protection our society can ever have. It says also, the spiritual substance of anonymity is sacrifice. And so, this tradition is a constant reminder that personal ambition has no place in AA. In it, each member becomes an active guardian of our fellowship. And there are only 3 absolutes in AA. This comes again from our past trustee, David A. Absolute abstinence from alcohol, absolute freedom of any alcoholic to become a member of AA or to leave AA, and absolute anonymity on the public level. So the 3 absolutes in AA, absolute abstinence, absolute freedom in membership, and absolute anonymity on the public level. Why anonymity? Well, because it saves lives. Again, in the language of the heart, on page 91, Bill writes this. Good public relations are AA lifelines, reaching out to the alcoholic who still does not know us. For years to come, our growth is sure to depend upon the strength and number of these lifelines. One serious public relations calamity could always turn thousands away from us to perish. A matter of life and death indeed. So, you know, we always talk about that we have attraction, not promotion. And we don't really need to attract people through advertising because our changed lives is attractive enough. When we look at the membership surveys to find out how the new people came into AA, the answer most given is from another AA member. In fact, our last membership survey said it was 34% of alcoholics came from other people who broke their personal anonymity in order to help someone else, whether it was a family member, clergy, someone on the job. And that's not breaking tradition because we're relating on a personal level, not the public level. As individuals, we don't have the authority, we don't have the right, we don't have the freedom to reveal anyone else's name in AA unless they have said to me, can I break your anonymity and give your phone number and name out to someone else? And I can say, sure, have them call me. And that happens plenty. Within AA, it's fine to use your last name. We're not anonymous to each other. It's just like when someone goes to the hospital and all the AA group members will show up at the hospital and they'll say, hey, we're looking for Jack. Jack who? One-eyed Jack, or whatever the nickname is. Sometimes it's a good thing to know someone that we're close to, what their last name is. But on the public level, even if, for instance, you're at an AA convention, you leave that hotel, some people will take off their badge if it has AA on it to protect anonymity. And I know one sponsor who, her new sponsee came into a restaurant with the big book. She made her put a cover on the big book because she didn't want her anonymity broken. And she didn't particularly want that new girl representing AA to the world either. So when people are representing AA, speaking at an open meeting or being taped, we do not reveal our last names at open AA meetings. There may be other family members there who share that name. And there may be AA members who want their anonymity protected if they're in that family too. Anonymity also extends to those who have passed away. Just because someone dies, that doesn't give you permission to break their anonymity publicly. And again, this is to protect the families in many different ways. What if someone's in a political arena? Maybe they don't want their name connected with alcoholism or AA. But it's also just that family's right to privacy. So their permission has to be obtained as well. And we remain and maintain our anonymity partly out of respect for each other, but there's a spiritual reason behind it as well. People who use their full name and misuse AA or use the name of AA for personal gain are in violation of this tradition. And Bill writes about that on page 319 of Language of the Heart. And here's what he writes there. He says, the danger, of course, is the possibility that we may one day recklessly abandon the principle of personal anonymity at the top public level. The possibility arises from the fact that many of us AAs have been, and sometimes still are, possessed by enormous power drives. These are frequently fueled by an almost irresistible craving for money, approval, and public acclaim. My own past history is outstanding in this respect. I can well understand the constant temptation to turn oneself into a public figure. Therefore, I have urged in season and out that we AAs maintain our personal anonymity at the top level, no matter what our personal sacrifices may be. Our chief hope for the future is that these appalling urges of ours will be held in restraint by self-discipline, by the love of AA, and by firm group and public opinion. These powerful constructive forces, all working together, have thus far been enough. We pray that they may always prevail. And it really is outstanding that AA has escaped controversy in the public eye. And I can only surmise it's because of the strength of our traditions, year after year after year. There's a lot of celebrities that come into our program, football stars, musicians, politicians, and people do love to name drop, but why is one person more important than another in AA? Is the person who is celebrity of the day more important than the drunk that's off the street or homeless? You know, aren't we a fellowship of equals with only one requirement for membership? One member should not be more important than another. And even a celebrity should be afforded anonymity so that they have a chance too. The highest you ever get in AA, as we've heard before, is sober. So how do people know AA exists if we're anonymous? Well, it's our public information and our cooperation with professional committees that do this work. They go out to places in the public, schools, correctional facilities, to police officials, to treatment center personnel, and all the places that might encounter alcoholics. And they tell what AA is and what AA is not, which is different from just telling your story. The difference is between informing and promoting. Our public information committees inform the public about AA. They publicize its principles and its work rather than the members. And that's what we should do as well when we're going into various treatment facility places, for example, detox centers, not promoting our individual success and recovery, but promoting AA. That's how we stay anonymous within AA. The couple of things that I've had some personal experience with is this kind of thing is with the Deaf Access Committee, part of the Hill Country Intergroup here in Austin. When it formed, we went out to the deaf churches, to the deaf schools, to all the places where deaf people might be found. And we put up notices and flyers and left cards and emails and phone calls to all those people, including treatment centers that might have deaf clients come through, to get the word out. And it wasn't self-promotion, it was just sharing information. And it was received well. At one public information conference that the area put on one year, a judge came and spoke. He's a non-alcoholic, and he shared his story. And he told about when he was visited by some AA members who invited him to be part of the General Service Board. And he said it profoundly affected his life, personally and professionally. And now he gets to be AA's representative out there because he doesn't have to protect his anonymity. He's not an alcoholic, but he can represent AA. And we have other trustees that are non-alcoholic as well that do that. And so, the greatest challenge for today's AA is dealing with anonymity online. In the last final report from the General Service Conference, there's a section on page 45, 44, and 45 that talks about the Public Information Committee and the things that they've had to deal with this last year. The information that came from AA members who were concerned about anonymity breaks. And so there were many different things that were discussed. Some AA members had a request on sharing of the effectiveness of the language of the short form of Tradition 11. They wanted it to include the Internet. And that kind of got tabled. They felt like it was implied or whatever in what we currently have, still public media. And we didn't need to make specific changes. There was a request that we develop additional service pieces about anonymity on the Internet. And that was dismissed as well. Other people requested that maybe in some of the pamphlets, such as the AA group or Understanding Anonymity, that we could add language to emphasize current media where anonymity may be broken. much of this was tabled. More information was needed or more discussion. Other committees, such as the Social Networking Media Committee, an ad hoc committee of the General Service Board, they wanted to wait on some more information from that. Then there's things like communicating with the media, all of the newspapers, radio stations out there. The General Service Board sends annual letters about anonymity. Why? Because AA members are out there trying to make a name for themselves sometimes, and they're breaking anonymity. So we inform the public media about our policy, hoping they will help. And so there's a lot more that you could read about what happened in the last year. One more thing I'll mention is cooperation with taping companies. The committee reviewed and accepted a draft letter regarding cooperation in maintaining anonymity of AA speakers at the public level, and this letter is sent to all the known taping companies out there. And I myself have heard people mention last names or their own last name because they're at maybe a closed AA place, but they're still using their last name on something that's going out to the public. There's also, concerning anonymity, AA guidelines on the internet, and in these AA guidelines, there's mention that the AA website is a public medium and requires the same safeguards as that we would use for press, radio, and film. And also that AA members do not identify themselves as AA members using full name and full face photos on websites. And then, of course, there's Facebook and other social networking websites. Again, public in nature. And I think this is where more anonymity breaks are happening than anywhere else. And very hard for us to keep up with and deal with. But it's talking about as long as individuals do not identify themselves as AA members, they're keeping with the 11th tradition. I guess I got to stop going to 7-Eleven because I'm getting those two mixed up. We're talking about the 11th tradition. And they state in the guidelines, our experience suggests that some AA members do not post anything that is AA jargon on their personal profiles and in their status updates. And again, this is, inferring. Maybe not specific, but inferring. And of course, that also implicates other people easily. And there's many other things on here that talks about various problems that occur. The one statement here says, our experience has shown that the evolving nature of social networking platforms makes it difficult to provide specific guidelines for using resources for AA purposes, but that we should closely consider the privacy policies of these sites in light of AA's tradition of anonymity. And there's much more there. It's one of the things that I noticed about technology being involved is that people think that because we now have things like email and texting and everything, that we can do everything quite quickly, and we should do everything quite quickly. And that's not necessarily true. Face-to-face experiences still are favored, whether it's social networking, whether it's email. There's so many things that are missing when you consider what could be there. So there's a lot to learn about this aspect of Tradition 11. On a personal level, Tradition 11 is about practicing anonymity as about the good things I do for others, doing good without seeking credit for personal anonymity, giving some of your life, your time, your money anonymously, emphasizing our spiritual principles instead of ourselves, seeking to accomplish the ambitions God gives me rather than my own ambition, surrendering the rewards of the world's recognition in favor of attracting esteem from my higher power. And I can tell how I'm doing practicing anonymity by asking myself, how long has it been since I did something for somebody without letting them know about it? This is the 11th tradition barometer for me. And as we have read before, there is never need to praise ourselves. We feel it better to let our friends recommend us. And I will close with another statement from Bill out of Language of the Heart on page 217, where he's remembering Bill. Bill is remembering Bob and Ann. Last summer, I visited the Akron Cemetery where Bob and Ann lie. Their simple stone says, "Never a word about Alcoholics Anonymous." This made me so glad I cried. Did this wonderful couple carry personal anonymity too far when they so firmly refused to use the words Alcoholics Anonymous even on their own burial stone? For one, I don't think so. I think this great and final example of self-effacement will prove of more permanent worth to AA than could any spectacular public notoriety or fine mausoleum. We don't have to go to Akron, Ohio to see Dr. Bob's memorial. Dr. Bob's real monument is visible throughout the length and breadth of AA. Let us look again at its true inscription. One word only, which we AAs have written, and that word is sacrifice. Hello, my name is Norma, and I'm an alcoholic. And this is our last session with the traditions. So we are going to review Tradition 12. Tradition 12 in the long form says, finally, we of Alcoholics Anonymous believe that the principle of anonymity has an immense spiritual significance. It reminds us that we are to place principles before personalities, that we are actually to practice a genuine humility. This to the end that our great blessings may never spoil us, that we shall forever live in thankful contemplation of Him who presides over us all. And I want to read a little bit from the AA General Service Conference approved literature pamphlet called Understanding Anonymity. And it talks about the purpose of anonymity in AA and why it is often referred to as the greatest single protection the fellowship has to assure its continued existence and growth. It says, if we look at the history of AA from its beginning in 1935 until now, it is clear that anonymity serves two different yet equally vital functions. At the personal level, anonymity provides protection for all members from identification as alcoholics, a safeguard often of special importance to newcomers. And at the level of press, radio, TV, films, and new media technologies such as the Internet, anonymity stresses the equality in the fellowship of all members by putting the brake on those who might otherwise exploit their AA affiliation to achieve recognition, power, or personal gain. And really there are two ways to be anonymous. One way is to be anonymous inside the fellowship, and another way is to be anonymous outside the fellowship. We are sure that humility expressed by anonymity is the greatest safeguard that Alcoholics Anonymous can have. That's a strong statement. Bill wrote, "Anonymity is real humility at work. It is an all-pervading spiritual quality which today keynotes AA life everywhere. Moved by the spirit of anonymity, we try to give up our natural desires for personal distinction as AA members, both among fellow alcoholics and before the general public. As we lay aside these very human aspirations, we believe that each of us takes part in the weaving of a protective mantle which covers our whole society and under which we may grow and work in unity." And I kind of believe that this works along with the idea that we're a fellowship of equals, that no one is more important than anyone else in AA, and that while many of us serve AA in various ways, we don't have titles. We just have positions in which we serve the fellowship. Out of the Best of the Grapevine, Volume 1, page 280, it reads, "For many years, new channels all over the world have showered AA with enthusiastic publicity, a never-ending stream of it, far out of proportion to the news value involved. Editors tell us why this is. They give us extra space and time because their confidence in AA is complete. The very foundation of that high confidence is, they say, our continual insistence of personal anonymity at the press level." And we are the longest lasting and the first 12-step group who has remained strong for how many years now? 78 years. Whereas many other groups that have formed for various purposes have fallen by the wayside. And I do believe it's because of the strength of our traditions, like this one, that has preserved the unity among us. And anonymity is not taking credit for our own recovery or for anyone else's recovery. There's anonymity on the individual level, on the group level, and with AA overall. When we work the steps, we're trying to achieve humility and to put our self-respect on the basis of truth rather than fiction about ourselves. We're great exaggerators and braggers sometimes, but examining those character defects and studying the traditions can bring us down a notch. When we use our 12 traditions to work together in AA, in our AA groups, we're trying to achieve humility not only as individuals, but collectively. And as we realize our true place in the world, we practice humility as a fellowship. And so, when we start taking credit for our sobriety, when we start taking credit for someone else's sobriety and talking about how great we are, that's not exercising humility, because who really gets the credit for all of this? The God of our understanding, the strength of our AA groups, and practicing the principles. From AA Comes of Age, on page 132, is written this: "The spiritual substance of anonymity is sacrifice. Because AA's 12 traditions repeatedly ask us to give up personal desire for the common good, we realize the sacrificial spirit, well symbolized by anonymity, is the foundation of all these traditions. It is AA's proven willingness to make these sacrifices that gives people high confidence in our future." A couple of past delegates have written about anonymity in this way. David A. talks about the meaning of our 12-step work cannot be measured in money because we've received advance pay for it with our lives. And that when we're given special assignments and abilities within AA, we define them as opportunities to serve, not titles to flaunt. I was listening to Willard the other night, and I've heard him say this many times. Anyone who really wants a service position badly perhaps should not be the one to get it. Rather, someone who's willing to stand might be a better person for the job because it reflects an attitude of service. So we do want to rely upon our spiritual principles, not our human personalities, and to acknowledge that individually and as a fellowship, we must always rely on that power greater than ourselves. In The Best of the Grapevine, Volume 1, page 278, it reads, "They tell us that we alcoholics are the biggest rationalizers in the world, that fortified with the excuse that we're doing great things for AA, we can, through broken anonymity, resume our old and disastrous pursuit of personal power, prestige, public honor, money, the same implacable urges that when frustrated once caused us to drink. The same forces that are today ripping the globe apart at the seams. Moreover, they make clear that enough spectacular anonymity breakers could someday carry our whole society down into the ruinous dead end with them. There are many old files at AA headquarters that reveal scores and scores of experiences with broken anonymity, and they point to the same lessons that I just read: the disastrous pursuit of personal power, prestige, public honors, money. And it doesn't end well. There are a lot of speakers in AA, a lot of people that share their experience, strength, and hope. Some of them have great personalities, but what are they really saying? Is their talk reflective of their experience, strength, and hope, God working through them, the spiritual principles at work? It's really easy to get up and try to sway people with your personality. And groups do this too. Some groups have are personality driven rather than spiritual principles driven. Whole groups can have character defects. And so, it's really not what you say, it's how you say it. And what's behind it. That kind of goes along with our principle of attraction rather than promotion. There are people out there who, in their, way of expressing themselves, are still promoting themselves rather than promoting AA. So that's just something to think about. How to, in your own life, practice principles over personality. In a pamphlet called AA Tradition, How It Developed, on page 41 it says, anyone who would drop their anonymity must reflect that they might be setting a precedent which could eventually destroy a valuable principle. We must never let any immediate advantage shake us in our determination to keep intact such a really vital tradition. Bill writes, I was once a breaker of anonymity myself. I learned that the temporary or seeming good can often be the deadly enemy of the permanent best. When it comes to survival for AA, nothing short of our best would be good enough. And Bill writes a letter in 1958. This is in As Bill Sees It on page 41. And he talks about the anonymity breakers. He says, they express the belief that our anonymity tradition is wrong, at least for them. They forget that during their drinking days, prestige and achievement of worldly ambition were their principal aims. They do not realize that by breaking anonymity, they are unconsciously pursuing those old and perilous illusions once more. They forget that the keeping of one's anonymity often means a sacrifice of one's desire for power, prestige, and money. They do not see that if these strivings became general in AA, the whole course of our history would be changed. They would be sowing the seeds of our own destruction as a society. And these thoughts are contained in the long form of the 12th tradition, found in the Big Book, around page 567. It writes, finally, we of Alcoholics Anonymous believe that this principle of anonymity has immense spiritual significance. It reminds us again to place principles before personalities, that we are actually to practice a genuine humility, to this end that our great blessings may never spoil us, that we shall forever live in thankful contemplation of Him who presides over us all. And I want to also read a couple of things again out of the Understanding Anonymity pamphlet. And they talk about the first anonymity breaks in AA, back when AA was new. As public awareness concerning alcoholism increased, the stigma decreased. Soon AA members began to publicly acknowledge their affiliation in the media. One of the first to do so was a famous ball player whose comeback was so spectacular the newspapers lavished attention on his successful struggle against alcohol. Believing he could help AA by revealing his membership, he discussed it openly. Even the founders of AA approved his actions, simply because they had not yet experienced the cost of such publicity. So then other people started breaking their anonymity, some for goodwill, others for personal gain. And some devised schemes to tie in their AA affiliation with all kinds of business enterprises, insurance, sales, drying out farms, temperance magazines, to name a few. So it didn't take long for AA headquarters to realize that overzealous, self-serving anonymity breakers could quickly jeopardize the fellowship's hard-won reputation. And so, if one was made an exception, others would follow. To assure the unity, effectiveness, and welfare of AA, anonymity had to be universal. It was a guardian of all that AA stood for. In stressing the quality of all AA members and the unity and the common bond of their recovery from alcoholism, anonymity serves as a spiritual foundation of the fellowship. In 1946, our co-founder Bill Wilson wrote, "The word anonymous has for us been an immense spiritual significance. Subtly but powerfully, it reminds us that we are always to place principles before personalities, that we have renounced personal glorification in public, that our movement not only preaches but actually practices a true humility." And there's a question and answer section here. I'm not going to read all of it, but there is a part that is interesting. One of the things it says, question is, if relatives ask me about my improved appearance and conduct, should I tell them that I'm in AA? And the answer is, it might be best at first just to say you stopped drinking and postpone your decision about disclosing your membership till after you've been in the fellowship for several months. Another question, should I tell people who seem to have a drinking problem about my AA affiliation? Well, this is a personal matter. However, the spirit of the program is one of sharing, and a lot of members come to AA because they've met someone else in the program. Before reaching a decision, you might want to ask your sponsor. Here's a good one. Should I reveal my anonymity to my boss so I can attend early AA meetings regularly? The answer? asking for special favors because of AA membership is not in the spirit of the anonymity of the traditions. Here's one. It says, what about videotapes of talks and meetings? Are these considered to be anonymity breaks since people are seen full face, clearly identify themselves as AA members? The answer, in 1980, the General Service Conference recommended that AA members who are requested to videotape talks and meetings preserve anonymity at the level of press, radio, TV, film, and videotapes, realizing that anonymity is the spiritual foundation of all our traditions. They further recommend that talks by AA members as members be given in person rather than videotaped, in view of the temptation to place personality before principles, and thus encourage the development of a star system in AA. And then there's information here on having an internet website belonging to an online meeting. What level should I protect my anonymity on the internet? And so it talks about the internet being public media, and it needs to be treated the same as press, radio, TV, and films. Full names and faces should not be used. However, the level of anonymity in email, online meetings, and chat rooms is a personal decision. And finally, facts about anonymity in AA. It says here, it is not the media's responsibility to maintain our traditions. It is our individual responsibility. AA members generally think it unwise to break the anonymity of a member even after his death. That final decision must rest with the family. AA members may disclose their identity and speak as recovered alcoholics, giving radio, TV, and internet interviews without violating the tradition, so long as AA membership is not revealed. AA members may speak as AA members only if their names or faces are not revealed, and they may not speak for AA just as an individual member. More information on anonymity is in the following places. GSO's AA website, of course, www.aa.org. The 12 Traditions Illustrated Pamphlet. AA Tradition, How It Developed Pamphlet. Speaking at Non-AA Meetings Pamphlet. AA Guidelines on Public Information. And then the Public Information Workbook has information on how to handle interviews at the public level. So, in conclusion, the last thing I want to read is something else Bill wrote. To us, the tradition of To us, the tradition of anonymity is far more than a sound public relations policy. It is more a denial of self-seeking.
Thanks for listening. I hope you enjoyed the podcast. Sobercast is ad-free, and we'd like your help in order to keep it that way. So if you'd like to help us be self-supporting by pledging $1 or $2 a month, visit Sobercast.com and look for the donate links. Thank you very much.